Morning everyone, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. Monday brings the beginning of a brand new week, and week 3 has got a real international feel. We've got some class players in this field this week. We've got the WDF World Champion Neil Duff. We've got some legends of the game in Andy Jenkins as well. But Saturday night, we saw Rhys Robinson pick up the dough. It kicked off in the group stages where Robinson got the better of Warburton. There's a possibility of a 9-dart shootout in this group, but that Shanghai finish ended those hopes, as well as the hopes of Warburton. As for Dom Taylor, well, he got through the group by beating Robert Thornton by 4 legs to nil. As for the 4, his final night's woes continue. And then in that first semi-final, Robinson, in a tense game against Dom Taylor, missed darts to win it 4-1, then got over the line in the end in a last leg decider. But if you thought that was tense, this was even more tense. Chaz Barstow, Scott Walters going 4-3, 2 local players going toe-to-toe, and it was Barstow who set up that date with Robinson.
All up to the Humber man.
You require 12.
Double 6 to finish a job. And down for double 3. And Rhys Robinson reigns
MODUS Super Series
on week 2.
Champion,
The MODUS
Robinson.
Super Series 4. A fabulous final, plenty of drama all night, but Robinson put on a show in the decider. A 4-1 win over Chaz Barstow.
Indeed, it was the sugar that sealed sweet success here at the Super Series. And with us throughout the course of this week, and beginning by rounding up the action, it's great to have Chris Mason back. How are you, mate?
Good to be back. Enjoyed, well, I'd like to say I had a couple of weeks off, but yeah, it almost feels like I'm coming back to work for a rest.
There's no rest for the goats, is there?
No, absolutely not.
Let's just reflect on Saturday's final. Rhys Robinson, we've seen him here a couple of times before. Did it feel like now was the time for him to kind of step up in this competition?
Yeah, I think he'll be the first to admit he's underachieved. He dodged a bullet against Dom Taylor, but we see that, you know, most winners have to come through a bit of a torrid test at times, and he took advantage of that. It was certainly no good fortune in the final against Chaz Barstow, where he averaged over 97, which is a solid display, considering he missed 11 darts at a double in that final.
As for Robert Thornton and Dom Taylor, 2 players that seemed successful at the Super Series before, but Saturday night just saying that's just not clicking with them at the minute.
No, and you know, though we've seen more, we have some recent successes. Another one, Barstow doesn't seem to be able to produce on finals night, and you think it's only a matter of time. But of course, with the way it is now, the opportunities are few and far between, and maybe a lot of these guys now are going to have to go off and win an ADC qualifier, like we've seen with a player making debut today in Stuart White.
We'll talk about him in just a second. Let's see how last week finished off then from a numbers perspective. Rhys Robinson going on to claim the jackpot. In terms of the checkout ratio, 34%, overall average 86.26, and a couple of big fishes. That's really steady stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the overall average is a little lower than you'd expect to see with a checkout rate of over 34%, but you know, just a couple of bad games can affect that. An outstanding performance, that 109.31 from Burley. And a 10 dart again. We wait for a 9.
We await that elusive 9, but Conor Heenan
from somebody else.
I was going to say, Conor Heenan has not here this week, and he's not playing on Thursday night, so we're going to have to find another key to that particular safe. Well, let's go into week 3's action then, shall we? Because it's bound to be a blockbuster week. These are the players that are involved over the course of the next 6 days. In terms of Group A, 2 ADC European qualifiers. That's going to be headlined by Bradley Rose, the Lakeside champion in the youth division last year. Marvin van Velzen and Stuart White joining him. But in terms of the other players, you've got the likes of Neil Duff, Adam Hunt, Niall Carden, who know this format inside out.
Yeah, we pretty much know what we're going to get from Johnny Haynes. Matt Dennant, who played on the Pro Tour at the weekend, threw some really good stuff. He seems to be finding a bit of good form. Conan White, it'd be interesting to see him back and find out where his game is. And yeah, maybe the winner that will come from either of those two. But Adam Hunt impressed me the last couple of times he's been here, and he's been playing some good stuff away from the Super Series himself.
Little bit of a homework mission on Trina Gulliver this week.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I didn't realise until I sort of was checking through all my stuff yesterday and doing a bit of stat work for this week that she was playing this week. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of form she's in.
Let's see what the bookmakers then make of this week's going. This is the Group A betting. Adam Hunt goes off as the 11-5 favourite. But interesting, you've got two players in Neil Duff and Niall Cullerton who know this competition inside and out, finding themselves at 3-1 and 9-2 respectively.
Yeah, and you can't underestimate the value of having experience here and playing in this environment and getting used to this system, the amount of matches you've got to play, and that will hold him in good stead. And I'd be very surprised if one of either Duff, Cullerton or Adam Hunt don't win this Group A.
Is it about which of the newbies settle into this environment the best this week? Absolutely,
absolutely, and they've got to have the mentality of, right, it's just one game at a time. It's 5 individual matches each day, and where you end up, not too much, put too much pressure on yourself. We've seen players get disheartened way too early. You know, you can have listen, if you win 2 out of your 5 today, that's a good start to the week.
And remember, if you are having a flutter, 18+, begambleaware.org. But it is that time of the programme now. We have a look at Aces Acker and see what he's thinking about today's action. Does tips didn't quite land last week, so we've got you back to see if we can get some value in the market.
Yeah, good luck with that. I always say approach Monday with a bit of caution because we've got 3 players on debut. Again, you mentioned earlier about experience. Cullerton -1.5, played many times in Southampton and here. He's the experienced player. I've gone for him -1.5. Rose against Cullerton, both at a few 180s, so I think that match potentially got 6-7 legs in it. Over 1.5 180s, and then White against Hunt, most 180s. Hunt 8-11, and Adam Hunt does love a max.
He does love a max, and I get the feeling the first game's between Adam Hunt and Niall Cullerton. This is a good way to start because these are 2 real explosive players when they get at it.
Yeah, it's a game they would both prefer at the back end of the session. Certainly not in an opening game where they'll both be a little bit cold, and even with their experience, they'll both be having a bit of nerves.
Ready for a good week of darts?
Can't wait.
Let's get it on then. It's week 3 here at the MODUS Super Series, and this could be a real delight. And we kick off in some style. 2 real explosive players going toe-to-toe. We could see some exhilarating stuff. Joining Chris Mason in the commentary box to describe all the action is Phil Bars. Hello, Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome along, everyone. Here we are. The MODUS Super Series returns this Monday morning. Series 4, week number 3. Welcoming all our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV and our YouTube channel. So here we go. Match number 1, Niall Cullerton against Adam Hunt. Both experienced here at the Super Series. And as Mace was saying on the balcony, these 2 would prefer this later on because they are 2 of the heavyweights in this group. Both have made finals here at the Super Series.
First leg,
Both
Adam
will be looking to do so again
on.
as our referee, Danny McNamara, gets us underway. And Adam Hunt has the darts in the opener.
121.
And as if by magic, Mace is down the stairs and back in the chair.
Good morning, Barzy. How are you?
Yeah, very well, mate. Yourself?
55.
Yeah, all good. Looking forward to another jammed-packed week of action. And what a way to start with these 2. I think you'll probably agree it's a game I'd like to... Well, this game will be the final game in tomorrow's session, but you'd like to see these 2 go at it when they're well-warmed.
Yeah, 100%. As I said, when you were on the way down, they've both got experience. They both know how to make Saturday night finals. So with these 2 and Neil Duff, they are the outstanding candidates in this group to go on and compete on Saturday if they all make their way through.
Yeah, and they're easier said than done.
Yeah, these groups are difficult to navigate, and I know we keep on about the importance of it. If you can't win this, you have to get yourself in Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. You are joining us for the first time.
55.
The 5 players in action today will play each other 3 times. So 15 matches over the course of 3 days. The winner goes straight through to Saturday's final. Positions 2 and 3 go into Thursday and Friday evenings Group B, and that's a 5-player field where 3 qualify, so a 60% chance
111.
of making finals night. And the punishment for 4, 5 and 6 is going into Thursday and Friday afternoons Group C, where only 2 from 6 qualify. So a lot tougher.
I know we're only in match 1 here, Mace, but potentially big moments here. Niall Cullerton has missed the dart to
26.
break in the opener, but not
required
punished by
20.
Adam Hunt. So another break opportunity.
Game shot on the first leg.
Absolutely.
Niall Cullerton.
And if you get a win over a player of either of these two's quality, who's going to go on and be taking points off of other players,
Second leg, Niall
these
to
matches
Ferocious.
are
Game
big.
on.
Yeah, and it goes back to the point you made about this one being early, not up to full speed yet. Adam Hunt's dart at tops there was dragged very
40.
low, something that we won't see later on in the day.
Well, certainly hope not. But he is a player that I certainly think has
100.
made some strides, certainly this year.
Yeah, I agree. And it goes back to the point that we've made numerous times, that when you're struggling at the bottom end of the Pro Tour,
60.
sometimes it is good just to have that break, go back, reinvent yourself, and winning is confidence.
Yeah. Yeah, and this environment where you're getting all dart players want to do
41.
is play matches, multiple matches. You know, they're so used to playing in a knockout environment where literally you're in or you're out, and then you spend the rest of your day sat around watching
42.
everybody else sulking. With this, you know, you lose a game, it's not the end of the world. You come back, you got another one and another one and another one, and for these guys, they relish the opportunity
44.
of having a week of darts. You can work on so many elements of your game, whether it be your throw, your temperament, your tempo, whether you're in between with in terms of your setup. You can iron out
95.
all those issues in a week, and we've seen so many players who have really started to find another level to their game. And the last couple of times we've seen Adam Hunt here, he's done exactly that.
Yeah, and just looking at Adam Hunt there, obviously you could see him in the background there, stretching, trying to get his shoulders open, not fully relaxed yet, a little bit tense, just trying to get the body nice and loose.
Well,
84.
you know, it's 9:42 in the morning. You know, he's probably only been up a couple of hours, and you know, you've got to. I always advise the player get himself
60.
some resistance bands and just do some stretching in the morning and just warm the muscles up, warm the back up.
On 140. Adam require 156.
Can Hunt break straight back? The answer is no. So Cullerton will return for tops and 2-0. And that would be huge early there, Mace. 2 legs
60.
clear
Audio
and a race to 4.
40.
Halfway there.
Big moments here. Down, chasing to 10s. Can he just work off of that?
Game shot.
He's dragged it a little bit low, but it doesn't matter because it finds the bottom of the bed. And there we have it.
Wow. It's like a suitcase, not a dart case.
Third leg, Adam
Yeah.
to throw first.
Interesting
Game
as well.
on.
He's got the little chalk pouch there just
Yep.
to keep his
A little
fingers.
bit of resin on there. A bit of tack. I spoke to
22.
Niall yesterday. He was having a walkabout, and as you can probably see, he's actually lost close on to 40 pounds in weight.
140.
He made a conscious decision just to try and get himself looking and feeling better.
95.
That can only be a good thing because everyone says, oh, you're only playing darts, but you're up on that stage. There's a lot of steps, the heat and everything along those lines. You have to be in good condition now.
140.
Yeah, I think so, especially the amount of darts the players are expected to play in one day. And going forward, you look at especially the events we do, well, the Euro Tours and the ITV events, where they have to play multiple matches on the one day. You see so many of the players fatiguing.
140.
Niall Cullerton is moving through the gears here. Adam Hunt is in a world of trouble.
36.
A 4-0 whitewash would not be good tonic here on a Monday morning.
No, not the way you want to start your day. Double 16 for a 12 dart
49.
break of throw, and it would have been the double break.
This 32 is under
99.
absolutely no
Rider
pressure at all. That was bare
32.
minimum, and then that's not enough in this situation.
Game shot on the third leg.
As Niall Cullerton with a 13 dart leg. That is the best of this match so far. Extends the lead to 3-0 and is now
Fourth leg, Niall
throwing
to
what would be
throw
a
first.
huge
Game
2
on.
points.
Yeah, a real positive start from Cullerton, has to be said. He's looked comfortable, averaging over 90.
92.
3 out of 7 on the doubles. And that's up round near 43%.
81.
Pretty much the kind of start you'd be very happy with, Phil.
Yeah, and we get a great shot of Niall Cullerton's throw there. I like it. It's
100.
come back full extension all the way through.
This one's lovely though.
Yeah.
He's just got to watch that little pulls in the middle of the pull back.
78.
When he's at his absolute best, that's sort of one motion. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this. A little bit of an early release at times, but it's effective.
83.
Works for him.
Yeah, and right now, Adam Hunt just needs to find something to get him going here, because it is
100.
a very flat performance here in our opening game from the man that a lot of people had fancied before play.
55.
Well, he was a big favourite for this match. 8-13, 6-5 Niall. I just don't like these early matches from a betting point of
60.
view. Not that we can bet, but for the many punters that do, they're a bit volatile.
Yeah, you want some data, don't you, on
Yeah.
the players?
Yeah,
95.
we download the data over the first couple of days, and Wednesday, no surprise in terms of picking the right kind of selections.
140. Now you require
Adam Hunt has
76.
applied pressure here, but Niall Cullerton should get at least one match dart. 16 for a dart at tops to win it.
Game shot.
And that is
And a match,
absolutely
Niall
outstanding
Cullerton.
from Niall Cullerton. Pins the 76 in 2 to get the opening 2 points on the board. Their 88.14 average, 50% on his doubles. Very good from Niall Cullerton to kick us off. And back after the break, where we will see 2 debutants in Marvin van Velzen and Bradley Roos.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a flight start. Niall Cullerton has made to proceedings, winning 4-0 against Adam Hunt in the space of 8.5 minutes. A fantastic beginning there for the Irishman. Next up is two young Dutchmen making their debuts here at the Super Series as Marvin van Velzen takes on Bradley Rose. We caught up with Bradley earlier on this morning to gauge his thoughts ahead of the occasion. Bradley, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. How much are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. To gain a lot of experience, so I'm kind of used to the stage, but this is something new for me, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Saw you in the youth tournament at the Lakeside last year. Great achievement for yourself. How's the darts been since then?
Yeah, my darts are going really well at the moment. So last weekend of the development tour, I reached the final in the last tour. Unfortunately, I lost against Gian, but yeah, I'm playing some really good stuff at the moment, so I hope I can do the same year on this stage.
What goals and targets have you set for the week?
Yeah, that's a good one. So, of course, I hope to qualify for Saturday, but first I want to see how it goes, and maybe I will win this group. But all 5 players are really good, so yeah. I will see what this week is going to be.
Well, Bradley, wish you all the best. Thank you for coming.
Cheers.
Great insight there, Phil, to the young man who we know a fair bit about from the development tour, and he's also qualified for a few Euro tours, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got pedigree. We've seen him win on the Lakeside stage, and
Yep.
as he alluded to there in his interview with Henry, he's got to a final of a development tour. That's a hard achievement. Those development tours are absolutely brutal.
They have a frightening standard at times as well.
And he lost to someone that we know very well in Jean Van Veen as well.
Yeah, he's just coming on strength by strength, isn't he? I mean, in terms of results at the weekend, I think he had a weekend average in excess of a ton, and I think he only managed 1 win, but that's how tough the Pro Tour is. But he's got a mature outlook for an 18-year-old lad. He's up against debutant as well, Marvin van Velzen, who we don't know too much of. He's got a high average of 95.43. He has a win record over the past 12 months of around 47%. Which isn't too bad.
Just looking
85.
at the throw of Marvin there, it's very unique and not something that you particularly want to coach.
We always try and, when we see a player, we always think, well, that's a little bit like someone else. But
39.
he's got quite an old school thrower. The throwing hand is out quite wide.
$135.
Some follow through. They go to the board with some velocity, that's for sure.
They stay in, don't they?
Where Bradley's is more standardised, shall we say. It's traditional.
134. 42.
Over the last 3 years, Bradley has had success on the JDC and in the WDF, winning both their versions of World Youth titles.
57. Marvin, you require 154.
Never been a better time to be a youth player as it is right now. Traditional as well. I thought we had a little look down at the 57 tops, but that's a fabulous setup.
Well, the two treble 19s is more of a standard European way of going on those shots.
There doesn't look to be too much standard about him.
16.
How's his doubling?
Chasing across now to fours.
Game shot of the first leg, Marvin van
But
Velzen.
no problems there from Marvin van Velzen on debut as he takes the opening leg in 17.
Second leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes for debutants there is a little bit of nerves, but none there from the
56.
Dutchman. Product of ADC Europe as the link up and the connections the Super Series now have going worldwide.
59.
Yeah, I was watching some of the action from the ADC event in Bridlington via Darts Atlas and of course across social media, and well, you can't fault their setup,
60.
that's for sure. I think there was around 150 men and over 40 women involved at
61.
the weekend. I think it was Lisa Ashton taking the majority of the spoils and playing some really good stuff. I've seen her have a couple of 100+ averages, fair few in the 90s.
59.
Looks to be returning somewhere near her best.
Yeah, and again, we've got a great side shot here.
Very upright, isn't
I was
it?
about to say, stood very, almost Roland
100.
Shelton-esque in the way he stood up to attention. It's a great view.
139.
And nice release point from Bradley Roos. Not a lot can go wrong.
125.
I like that.
He fancies this.
An early fist pump. I can get behind this. But Bradley needs to find the
43.
treble here.
Well,
Otherwise,
he's constantly being put under it, Phil. That's the problem. He's not been allowed to relax yet.
no. And the throw is under the cosh here.
And
49.
he's obviously an ambitious
Bradley
young man. You know, he was
144.
thinking about winning this group, and well, got work to do already in this opening match, or his opening match.
And that first dart is dragged very, very low
90.
because of the pressure
Marvin
being
Require
created
107.
by Marvin van Velzen here. Tops for 2-0 and a break. And it's now a ton-topping finish for Marvin van Velzen, who has settled to life here in the Super Series. 2-0 break of throw.
Marvin to throw first. Game on.
Averaging 86. First ton plus finish of the day, and he's back in the red bit.
140.
Just looking at Marvin's darts as well, it's almost like a hybrid version of a John Lowe torpedo dart, but just seems a little bit longer. It's not quite as stumpy as
97.
that traditional dart when you look at the front end in his hand.
Well, the darts are quite old school, and the throw's quite old school. But there's nothing old school about that. I love seeing new players just to watch their development and how they
60.
embrace an opportunity. And if it wasn't for that ADC Europe
45.
collaboration, we wouldn't be seeing players like this.
No, there's pathways from all over the world now. We're seeing the American guys come over, Europe, the Oceanic region.
100.
I know you'll be talking about on the live lounge tonight, but
139.
how good was the CDC weekend this weekend?
Yeah, there's some talent across there, and we're seeing them coming over
25.
here and playing. Danny Lauby winning week number 1, but we've seen Alex Spellman come over and do great things. Jacob Taylor in Champions Week. The list is endless.
95. Marvin, you require 114.
I wouldn't be surprised if this goes close after the 107 last leg.
Well, he's just buzzing with confidence.
74.
Top wire.
Graze the
Marvin, you
wire.
require
We've seen nothing to
149.
suggest this will go, though.
Could be a funny old game though, Mace.
Tell me about it.
It's not going to go. So Marvin van Velzen
46.
coming back, staring at
Marvin, you
tops
require 40.
for 3-0. That's a little bit high. It's not really a marker. No, 10s.
30.
They were 3 of the most
Bradley
nervous
require
darts he's thrown so far,
103.
and that's the reality of the situation he finds himself in, and he's just overthought it.
Yeah, and dart 2 was dragged so low because dart 1 wasn't a marker, but Bradley Roos just stopping himself there.
91.
I don't see that way too often.
Was it a badly thrown dart at the 3, or we'll find out later if his route to double 12 is one that he looks at, and again that's well over pitched, but
on the third leg,
it goes in,
Van Velzen.
and it is 3-zip.
Yeah, it's a new wave.
Fourth leg,
53
Bradley
that
to
one on me.
throw first.
Sorry, 43.
Yeah, I think you don't know. I mean, we know a few players that will find any route to their chosen double.
Someone like Yella Klassen, we'd have probably gone with it.
100.
Big target area though for those of you new to the game. You've got the option of the
45.
3 or the 19, so tend to just go for the wire in between, and either side gives you an opportunity, and the 7 if it's that wild.
Well, I was about to say, when you're as bad as me, you've got 17, 3, 19 and 7 as backups.
Yeah, double 13's not a good option, Barzy.
You know, when you see the pictures on social media when they've made the treble as big as the whole top of the board, saying, tag a mate that wouldn't hit this. Bit like in our opening game though, Mace, where Adam Hunt never settled.
71.
It's the same here for Bradley. Doesn't look comfortable up there at the moment.
Yeah, even the more experienced players will still take a game or two just to settle.
134.
And again, just when he thinks he's got a bit of breathing space, Marvin pops in a 2 treble visit and keeps the pressure firmly applied, but that was superb after the bounce out.
Yeah, you just saw the dart flick the flight on the way through, taking all the pace out of the dart. And that comes back to players using these moulded flights. Now, the old school,
no give.
The old school setup with the nylon micron flights, there is a little bit of give. And even if you hit them, they'll still end up in the board somewhere.
Yeah, or sort of, I don't use any rings, so my flights, if they go anywhere near, they just come on the floor. So they won't get that massive deflection.
84.
Now,
Bradley requires
can Bradley
52.
get his first leg on the board and just settle him down?
He only had 1 dart at a double in the match.
That dart there at the 12 says to me the last leg, it wasn't a dart at the 19, it was a dart at the 3 that was very safe.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Bradley Roos.
But Bradley Roos is on the board here at the Super Series, and he can take confidence from that.
Fifth leg, Marvin to throw first.
We're not going to have back-to-back bagels. As Bradley with an 18 darter holds.
125.
Up next, our final 2 players in this group of 6. In Group A, Stuart White against Neil Duff.
100. 41.
Wicked deflection.
Neil's
there.
surely got to be due a good week here, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, when you look at his record, obviously we were in there nice and early doing our research and making notes that his record at getting to a Saturday night is brilliant.
41.
It's then converting those Saturday night wins into getting to Champions Week, and that's the bit where, and he's not alone there, by the way. We said the same about Robert Thornton.
Yep.
That they get to Saturday night, but it's then converting
Getting
those
it right
opportunities.
on the Saturday night. And the problem is it's real quick fire stuff. So they qualify, and you've got multiple opportunities when you come in on a Monday, because if you don't win Group A, you then got the options of getting through in Group B or Group C. 57. On that Saturday night, you lose that opening game, you're in a world of trouble.
Oh, you're chasing, your mind's playing games on you, everything's running.
And then all the negatives of, oh, here we go again.
32.
one thing I like there from Bradley, that shows clear thought and clear process that
95.
when you're not playing well, that 303, you can just lose your thought process and start upstairs and not give yourself an opportunity. But he did go the right way because 719s would have left the fish.
125.
He needs at least a 140, and then it's a fingers crossed job.
He's done his bit.
It's a max, our first
Revenue
of the
required,
day
53.
to leave a double.
Huge pressure applied from Bradley Roos. However, 2 match starts for Marvin van Velzen incoming at tops for a debut win in the Super Series. 10s,
43.
and he's come inside.
Bradley required 28.
2 match darts have come and gone. Can Bradley find the double 14? There's only 1 left. How much of it can he see? Deep breath.
14. Marvin, you require 10.
Breathes again. 3 more match starts incoming for Marvin van Velzen. That's high. That's a better marker. Can you just
5.
bounce off of it? The answer is no.
Bradley
3
requires
darts and
14.
3 totally different weights of throw there. 5 match darts. Will he go straight at it? No, that's a blocker.
That's even worse.
No score.
Just see, he tried to find that bottom corner.
Marvin, you require 5.
The tough bit here for Marvin is the big one.
No score. Bradley, you require 14.
Pressure. It's getting to both of them here.
Man, much more attacking dart there from Bradley. Made the
12.
decision to really go for it.
Marvin, you require 5.
No, he went in 20 last time. Look out for the 18 this time, because you can sometimes just over-adjust. Well, 1 double 1. That's how we do it in exhibitions.
Showboating of the highest order.
Game, shot.
And there we have it. Marvin van Velzen missed a whole host of match doubles and then got 2 of them in 1 visit. Marvin van Velzen wins the battle of the Dutch pairing here on debut to pick up his first 2 points in the Super Series. Coming up after the break, we will see ADC qualifier Stuart White against the WDF World Champion Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Marvin van Velzen has secured victory in his debut match, getting the better of Bradley Rose by 4 legs to 1. Well, our final game of the first round of fixtures sees the reigning WDF World Champion Neil Duff in action. He takes on Stuart White. He's our ADC qualifier this week, and I caught up with him earlier on this morning. Stuart, welcome to the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to this week?
I think it's absolutely amazing. I can't wait to start.
Just tell us a little bit about yourself and your darting background.
I've had a tour card before. I've gone through dartitis, so it's been a really hard time, and just starting to get back into it really. So looking forward to it.
Qualified via the ADC. How important has that been for you to try and rebuild your game?
The ADC has been absolutely amazing. It's given us another start to the game of darts, in my opinion, and it's given us opportunities to do this. So.
How well talked about is this competition amongst those ADC events? How much of a carrot is this for players?
It's the biggest prize you can get. It's sort of like the World Championship in the amateur game.
Well, as far as this week's concerned, what goals and expectations have you set?
I've not set anything for this time. Just want to come, enjoy my experience, and go from there and see what happens.
Well, look forward to watching you play. Stuart, good luck.
Fabulous, thank you.
And welcome back, everyone, here at the MODUS Super Series on Sporty Stuff TV and our YouTube channel. Our first look at ADC qualifier Stuart White and the WDF World Champion Neil Duff. Mace, this should be a good one.
Yeah, looking forward to this. Looking forward to seeing what kind of form Stuart's in qualifying for this via the ADC London South East.
London and South East, yeah, through the vault.
Yeah, he produced some good numbers, including a couple of averages well into the 90s. So it all depends how he deals with the environment, the pressure of playing the current WDF champion.
Yeah, Stuart qualified for the UK Open this year, lost to Owen Roloff, someone that we saw at our Southampton
First
venue.
leg, Stuart to throw first. Game on.
Danny McNamara, our referee.
Top official.
Big future.
58.
Another one the PDC will pinch, no doubt.
It's a very promising start for Neil Duff, the way those first two were set up to attention.
He was using a Joe Cullen dart, wasn't he?
Still is, just using a different version of the Joe Cullen. He's using the newer one that was bought out.
Because the ones prior to that, I had a throw with in Southampton with you, and they're a lovely looking dart.
Yeah, the dart is exactly the same setup, but as you can see there from that great picture our boys in the gallery have given us, the grip's a little bit more aggressive, and you can feel it.
Still got that tiny scallop.
Scallop is still there, it's just the grip is a little bit more aggressive, and he can feel it on his fingers a little bit more.
Yeah, they look nice.
I had a chat with him before we started today.
100.
Have you got any at home, mate?
I've got the ones he used to throw with.
They've not given you a set of these yet?
Being
the lead man for Winmore?
140.
They are nice. Just that subtle little scallop.
130.
Threatening the breaker throw here early on, Neil Duff. 71 after 12.
100.
Okay, another real old school looking dart. Stuart White. Oh, perfect. Bang in the middle of the 39. 88.
55. Stuart to require 95.
Neil Duff looks in the mood here today.
Yeah, it's very assertive. The throw's nice and aggressive. 86 left, 54 for 32.
It's a great recovery dart, Mace.
79.
It's unlucky.
Neil, you require 16.
Just needs to work off of that. Over-adjusted. Now it's getting a little bit desperate.
8.
The scoring phase of this leg was superb from Neil Duff. But now 0 from 5. It's proving costly.
Yeah, 3 tons and a 130 with using the ball. Could have gone out in 14 and then 15,
12.
but he's going to get another go here.
Neil, you require 8. Game
But this time finds double 4 and does carve that breaker throw. It was in 19, but it could have been so much better for the WDF World Champion.
Game on.
I can assure you, the only thing he will be concerned about is breaking throw and winning the leg.
60.
It's only us that look at numbers.
Yeah. The players will reflect on them at the end of a match, and just as a reference point of
81.
did they play as well as they thought, or did they play as bad as what it felt? You see them often, there's a big monitor to the left, which is
95.
Is our scoreboard. And at the end of the match, all the stats will flash up on that. You can often see a surprised look from the players when they think, oh, it felt okay, and then it was a biggie.
59.
Yes, interesting to hear what Stuart White was saying in his interview with Henry, that
50.
he's come through dartitis, and that fair play, an absolute huge credit to come back and be back up there playing from that. But just looking at his throw there, you can see where he's had it in the elements, because that pause at the back of the backswing is maybe a little bit too long for a natural player playing in rhythm, and that's where it's forced.
140.
Yeah, I mean, I'm touch wood. It's not something I've gone through, but you can just see that pause point. But there's
100.
There's not a lot wrong with the actual release then and the follow through. It looks confident.
55.
I'm surprised he stayed there.
126.
18's the shot there for me.
Needs
And
treble.
That's a great guide.
126 is one that you pros like, isn't it?
Yeah.
58.
Yeah, you're getting 2
Neil
bites of the cherry at the same
93.
target. And you'd expect to hit it more often than not.
No,
53.
Neil's gone old school,
Georgia
old
requires
school
68.
way there. Where are you on the 91 to 95? Are you a bullseye man now, or are you still tradish?
I go ball. I can understand a lot of the modern players. I mean, the targets are
48.
big.
Neil, you require 40.
You know, there's no hiding away from the fact, and they're so good they just don't expect to miss a treble now. So rather than sort of go the safe way,
20.
where if you go for the ball and hit a 25
Georgia
single number,
require
then
20.
you get a dart of the ball to win the leg. They just don't. And there's still a few players that will still go the ball route, but more often than not now they go for the treble because they just don't expect or think they'll miss.
They're like short
19 dart break in leg 1. The
Game
response identical. 19 dart breaker throw in leg 2.
Yeah, and I'm sure inside Neil Duff will be kicking himself here, because the doubling is turning into a bit of a disaster. 1 from 9 at the moment.
And it's something that from time to time you can get a little bogged down with is the doubling.
85.
Oh, nice look at how the darts sit in the board.
43.
And the view the boys have given us there, I can't believe after dart 1 he hasn't run for cover, because we can see exactly what he can see down the line.
Yeah, this is not quite over the shoulder, but
125.
not far off. And you can see the way that Neil Duff throws, he stands very left of the hockey, and the darts land at that very angle. And
60.
again, amazed he's staying there. Stubborn.
Too stubborn.
All the room.
125.
And he went left instead of going right, and that's why we've seen the look up as if to say, how on earth has that not gone in?
And because of the deflection in to the treble 5, some ferret numbers.
134.
He did all right at the weekend.
Warmed up for Premier League finals night, all right, didn't he?
Yeah, he's playing Gezi, isn't he, on
60.
Thursday night, which is
George require
not
164.
a nice prospect at the moment.
Well, on Thursday he was his best mate.
Yeah, yeah.
48. Neil, you require
So
106.
for a third consecutive break of throw, Neil Duff looking at 106. Cross to 18s. Can't finish.
98. Stuart, you require
Big ask for Stuart.
116.
116. Now this is really awkward.
Can he just find one the other side?
Oh, what a dart.
Games on the third leg, Stuart White.
Pins the double 18 for a 1-1-6 out and a hold of throw and a 2-1 lead. Back-to-back
Fourth leg,
legs.
Neil to
Yeah,
throw
and that
first.
one moment
Game on.
there has been the moment of the match so far, Mace.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Premier League finals night, Thursday night. At back to the 0-2, isn't it, Barzy?
It is, yep.
Tickets still available, I should imagine. It's a big old venue, that.
Too big.
140.
Don't forget, tickets available. Saturday night, join us here at the Live Lounge on London Road in Portsmouth.
59.
Doors open at 6:30. You can get your tickets via www.dartshop.tv. It's just a £2 booking fee. Come and enjoy a night of action.
38.
And book your tickets early, because if Jenks qualifies, there'll be no tickets available.
The King of Caution will pack the
100.
place out. And so it's been a nervy start to the day all round that no one's really settled apart from Niall Cullerton.
Yeah, he's the only one that looked
40.
comfortable in a 4-0 win over Adam Hunt, where he averaged 88-41, 50% on the doubles all round. A very decent
81.
performance, and again, a 166.
I was going to say.
You can just see him growing in confidence, can't you? And getting
121.
used to the environment and the occasion. Right, on cue, it's a 1 to leave 162.
58.
Yeah, and you can't help but go back to the first couple of legs in this where Neil Duff missed all those doubles and he can't clear his mind.
No, and when you get an early opportunity to feel like you can dominate your opponent, it leaves you. Well, you continue to be frustrated, and that's very interesting.
108.
It's an interesting
And
135.
answers on a postcard. Oh, just misses the 48 to leave tops. He's next door. And that's a
44.
disastrous dart,
George
because
O'Hare,
he's going to have to
27.
find, if he gets an opportunity to 64, he's going to have to find a treble to leave 2 darts to the double. But this is for 3-1.
19.
How big
Neil
could that
O'Hare,
moment be
64.
if this 64 goes?
He is only going to get the 1. He's not even going to get that.
No score.
Right, 64, but
George
you've got to finish on a
O'Hare,
double.
8.
This would hurt. In the madhouse.
No score.
And also Stuart White, if
Neil
he goes
O'Hare,
on to
64.
lose the leg. He's in absolute control of it.
Made sure this time.
24.
But can't pin tops.
Stuart
As UB40
O'Hare, 8.
once said, 1 in 10. Well, that is what the stats are on the doubles for Neil Duff.
Stuart White has one more dart here. This is
No
huge.
score.
Neil Duff breathes again.
Neil O'Hare, 40. Game shot on the fourth
Somehow,
leg,
Mace.
Neil Duff.
This game's 2 apiece.
I don't know how. Wowzers. Both players missing
Fifth leg,
handfuls of
Stuart
doubles.
to throw first.
Did you know what that
Game on.
UB40 track was about? 1 in 10?
Not a clue.
That was how many people were unemployed at the time.
Like that.
One in every 10, yeah.
60.
And a UB40 was the form you filled out.
140.
Sometimes you need a little bit of luck in this sport. Is that the break that Neil Duff needed? Because he then starts with a 140, and I'm sure inside Stuart White.
Well, look at Reece Robinson on Saturday night against Dom Taylor. That could have gone so different. And an hour later, he's
55.
picking up the 5 bags, saying thank you very much, in a place in Champions Week where he could take away 20,000.
We've only just got our breath from last Champions Week.
100.
Oh, that was incredible. What a night. What an atmosphere.
Yeah, and make sure you're part of the next one.
Yep.
136.
Join us every Saturday night. Like I said, head over to dartshop.tv. We'd love to see you down here.
$140.
Fabulous last start.
170.
Managed to squeeze it in. A couple of 170s last week.
134. Sure to require
Not a bad
80.
second prize.
Gonna get 2 at 10s. I'm not sure how much you can see of that.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Fabulous
Stuart
recovery
White.
dart. We could see there from the angle, a lot of the bed was blocked, but Stuart White leads again,
6th leg
3-2.
Neil to throw
Yeah,
first.
best leg of the
Game
match
on.
there. 15 dart hold.
Will part of him be thinking, though, I should now be back in the practice room with 2 points on to my name?
Yep. Absolutely. They've missed
44.
23 darts at a double between them. White, despite leading 3-2, has missed 14 darts at a double.
140.
Can Neil Duff win back-to-back legs here?
100.
We started the leg with back-to-back 140s, but our first max of the match goes to Stuart White.
140.
140s thrice for Neil Duff. 81. Well, he left 36 after 12 and didn't get a go last leg. He's left 81 after 9 here.
100. Neil, you require 81.
Gonna get 2 at 12s.
Game
Only
from
needs
6th
the
leg,
one.
Neil Duff.
Neil Duff levels it up, and we are going all the way. 3 apiece. And how much confidence can he
Seventh
take
and
from that
final
81
Stuart
kill,
to
Mason? 11
throw
dart
first.
leg, but the more
Game on.
important thing, it was clinical.
Yeah, and he'll be wondering to himself, well, where's that come from?
60.
But what that's let Stuart know is Neil still fancies the job. Only a 60 start from White.
140.
Well, in the scoring phase, that's 4 consecutive 140s.
Apart from one leg from Neil Duff, where it was a little bit iffy, the scoring phase has been genuinely good
85.
all game. It has just been the doubling.
Yeah, 9 scores of between a ton and 139. He's at 6 140s, twice as many as his
45.
opponent, Stuart White, who's at 3. That will frustrate him. Done the hard work, effectively stole the darts and then offered them back with a 45.
93.
Yeah. Needs a treble.
46.
Can't find it.
No, he's left himself 270, so he knows if he stays straight, at least a ton will leave him on a finish.
137.
Stay straight.
100.
he does.
Sure to require 126.
All 19's ball.
Gonna get a dart at the bullseye.
87.
Can't take it.
Neil require
Weight of throw was
170.
okay. Lost the line. This would be some way to win it. Wants the ball for a 170.
130.
Well, he had the line right, but needed the weight of
Georgia
White.
require 39.
Stuart White to win on debut is going to get 2 darts at double 16. Come inside, 8.
30.
Match darts have come and they
Neil
have gone.
require 33.
For both. He's had 1 dart at the ball. He's now going to get 2 at double 16 to win
Eight
back-to-back
shots. And the
legs, to
match,
come
Neil
from
Duff.
3-2 behind to win ball 3, an average of 86.07, 6 140s, 10 darts missed at a double. Highlight for Duff in that leg. Wonderful 11 darter in leg 6. When we come back after the break, it will be Niall Cullerton up against Marvin van Velzen.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series. And Neil Duff has secured a 4-3 victory against Stuart White, coming back from 3-2 down to secure the points. That's the end of our first round of fixtures. The beginning of round 2 sees Niall Cullerton in action. He takes on Marvin van Velzen, victorious on his debut. And I caught up with him early on this morning to assess how he's feeling ahead of the week. Marvin, welcome to the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to this?
Yeah, I'm very looking forward for this. I prepared good, and we will see.
For viewers watching in the UK, just tell us a little bit about yourself and about your game.
About my game?
Yeah, just a little bit about yourself, kind of background, things like that.
Yeah, I played on the Dutch circuit in the youth. I played on the national team. we also went to the Europe Cup and win some gold medals and something like that. And now on the men's. So
What's your goals and expectations for this week?
I just gonna enjoy it and just enjoy of the experience and let them see what I can do.
We look forward to watching you play, Marvin. Good luck.
Thank you.
And welcome back, everyone, on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Second look at Marvin van Velzen and Niall Cullerton. And without any question, Mace, Niall Cullerton, the standout performer of the first round of fixtures.
Yep, so far, in terms of average, he has the highest average of all of our 6 players, have all now played 1 game. Although Neil Duff, despite missing 10 darts at double, wasn't too far behind him in terms of average. He had an 86.07. But Niall Cullerton's all-round game looked the most solid with 50% on the doubles. Although, I have to say, I was impressed with how this man dealt with his debut, especially playing
First leg, Niall
against Bradley. That would have, because all the eyes would have been on Bradley, so the pressure would have been on Marvin.
$95.
Just had a look at the Niall Cullerton dart here in the comms box, and you said it looks grippy, but it's actually not as bad as what you thought it was.
No, it's got that real aggressive-looking, almost rasp type of grip, but it hasn't. They're quite comfortable.
41.
Lovely shot there from the side cam, so you could see.
$97.
And we often don't get a true reflection of how the darts sit in the bore, but you can see that Niles do sit up slightly.
45. $60.
Like them again, just stood up at a slight angle so you can just work off of it.
Yeah, exactly that.
I know that many people try to copy the great man and stack their darts, but that is a very unique technique to individuals that you can't really replicate.
No, and the setup has to be there as well. I mean, it's a combination of
140.
Well, release point and where you finger the barrel in terms of your grip, and also
123.
flight size, stem length, etc.
144.
We'll come back to that point.
I mean, we see Darryl Gurley now with he throws the flat 20.
Now you require
Huge fan of that, by the way.
Yeah, that's some serious technique.
Gonna get 2 at tops for the opener. Coming inside to 10s.
87.
This time it doesn't go from Niall Cullerton.
100.
So there's a chance here of an early break for Marvin van Velzen. Gonna have to go 19s. This is the stray first dart.
44.
Doesn't go, so
Now you
Cullerton
require
returns.
10.
No one likes 5s. Gonna get 1 at 2s.
6. Marvin, you require 56.
Well, the theme of the day so far is double trouble.
Yeah, a lot of missed doubles. Chasing.
46.
Oh dear.
Yeah, even
Now you require
gestured how
4.
far away that one was. It was a bit of a wide, a leg by.
Two.
The over adjustment
Marvin,
Niall
you require
Cullerton.
10.
has now had 7 darts at the outer ring in this leg.
Yeah, they were all a bit quick, but all looked a bit rushed for me. And it's something that
score.
Niall could
Now you
potentially
require 2.
work on, and it's just sort of readdress and empty the mind of any negativities and
Niall Cullerton.
find the target, which is what he's done there eventually. In a long old leg.
Second leg, Marvin.
One of yours, that, Barzy.
Game on.
I'd take a 26 dart leg. Not much red pen needed in that one.
85.
The younger viewer will never understand that line.
No.
Red pen, darts.
What, writing stuff down?
57.
We never had iPads back in the day.
No, we didn't.
Those beloved Super League sheets.
Working out the averages
26.
and good old days.
But yeah, we were talking about the dart and entry. Do you remember back in the day when Phil used to rock up in a practice room with his scissors and start cutting the
100.
flights himself?
Yeah, I had a great chat at the World Seniors with Gary Plummer, who owns
30.
Target, and he said they spent fortunes on sort of development and tooling for these specific flights that Phil Taylor wanted. So he had them
100.
delivered to him, and then he went up to see him before his match, and he sat there with Bob, and he's hacking them to bits with a pair of scissors.
85.
He said, I just shook my head and walked out. And I'm amazed.
140.
I'm amazed Phil hasn't sort of gone back to something that's a bit more forgiving in terms of setup.
85.
Sometimes you have to go backwards a
Now
bit before you can go forwards.
104.
And Gary was saying the problem is if he uses a big flight, where his throw is slightly changed, he will catch his face with the flight, which would be a bit of an issue. But the darts he uses, I mean, they're literally so hard to throw. If you're not perfect, they're
80.
not happening.
Now Cullerton will be back
42.
for a break
Now
of throw.
24.
Looking at double 12 for 2-0. Gone the wrong side.
No score.
And they were safe darts, mate.
Marvin
Yeah, they were
148.
not thrown into the target. They were thrown in the general direction with more hope than anything else. Oh, he went 48 for tops.
124.
When you've got a first
Now
dart
required
stood like that, I don't
24.
understand that one.
Agreed.
Game shot on the second leg.
Now
Niall
Cullerton finds double 12. Second dart in hand and breaks. Leads 2-0.
Third leg, Niall to throw
And now
first.
Marvin van Velzen
Game on.
has work to do.
$60.
Yeah, and this is an underperforming Niall Cullerton, and you've got to take advantage of those situations and understand that your
140.
opponent isn't at the top of his game, and that's when you need that solid B/C game where you can just produce an average of
41.
around 80 and win these matches. But that all comes with the evolution of a player and understanding these situations,
87.
and you just got to take a step back and think, right, I'm not going to worry about trying to dominate this game of 100 average. I got to win the 2 points by hook or by crook.
81.
In any sport, the W is the most important thing.
Absolutely.
54.
But Niall Cullerton has struggled in this leg so far.
100.
And Marvin van Velzen has stolen the darts here to get that immediate break back.
95.
Down to a finish. Now, what pressure can Cullerton put on it?
139.
is
Marvin
the
Uruguay,
answer.
125.
Can't finish now. What's your thoughts on the 54-39
Now Uruguay,
on the
80.
on that shot?
Not a fan.
Oh, wow.
Double.
I'm a
60.
fan of that. I used to go that
Marvin
way for a while on
Uruguay,
125.
82.
Yeah.
I lost so much confidence in going the bullseye. I used to go for the 54, and if you miss the 54 and you hit the 18, you still got the 57 ball as a plan B.
42. Now you require 20.
So Cullerton for 3-0.
Game shot in the third
But agreed,
leg,
it makes no
Niall
real
Cullerton.
mathematical sense. It was just my lack of confidence in going anywhere near the bullseye.
Fourth leg, Marvin to throw
Yeah, and
first.
Marvin van Velzen
Game on.
will feel that as a missed opportunity there in leg number 3 because he was in control for a lot of it.
44.
And then starts troubleless. Niall Cullerton was sent back-to-back bagels.
100.
And even this early on, Mace, huge for his leg difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he
30.
won his opening match 4-0. He'll go on to 4 points and +8 if he can convert from here.
62.
Oh.
24.
Costly. Bounce out for Marvin van Velzen.
Well, it just gives Niall just that little bit more freedom.
85. $120.
Another example.
He throws them that hard. That one's bounced out halfway.
Nearly went back to his feet.
33.
Get your toe protectors on.
96.
Even though he doesn't, not playing particularly well here, Van Velzen doesn't look phased. The atmosphere around him is good. He still shows in confidence, even though inside he must be beating himself up because the performance isn't there. But
100.
I like his demeanour.
Yeah, I think the Dutch overall are fairly good at that.
84. Now you require 121.
Treble 17 for the ball. It's not going to go.
97.
He'll take that though.
Marvin, you require 103.
Second best.
It's a big ask. 3-0 down. Even bigger one now. Oh, tops.
83.
Lucky accident with dart
Now you
1.
require 24.
So for 4-0. And back-to-back whitewashes for Niall Cullerton. Last dart.
Game shot.
And it
that's
goes.
Niall Cullerton.
Niall Cullerton finds double 12. Last dart in hand for back-to-back 4-0 wins here in Group A. Brilliant stuff from Niall Cullerton. The average is not the best for all those missed doubles early on, but it is another 2 points in the bag. Coming up after the break, this one will be huge. Neil Duff against Adam Hunt.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And tickets for every single Saturday night is available via dartshop.tv. So if you fancy a trip down to Portsmouth to enjoy a night at the darts, that is the place to go to. We'll also scan the QR code. That'll be available on the screen during the match as well. Before the break, we saw Niall Cullerton continue his perfect record. He hasn't dropped a leg so far today in beating Marvin van Velzen by 4-0. Next up for us, it is Neil Duff up against Adam Hunt. Watching this one in the comms box is Phil and Chris.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone. And as the little advert we had there said, get your tickets now, because Saturday night is going to be fantastic with the lineup we have this week. Whichever six players it is, and as Henry said there, we'll put it up for you there. There is the QR code. Give that a little scan now, and you can get your tickets. It will take you straight to the page on dartshop.tv.
29.
Where's your 50 pence going on this one?
40.
Splinters.
No. I think it is a tough game to call. However, I think from what I saw from game one, Neil's scoring phase is in a better place than Adam's early on today.
Yeah. Although I certainly expect a much better performance from Adam than we saw in his opening match. Averaged 78.91. And
140.
we know from his stats he does it a few 180s, so I certainly expect to see
59.
at least a couple in this one, and he's going to need them, you feel.
Yeah, because although Neil was disappointing in his first game
95.
on the outer ring, the scoring phase was really, really good, and he still averaged 86 with all those missed darts at a double.
Yeah, I know.
100.
Well, like I say, it just shows you the scoring power in that performance.
83.
So
59. Neil, you require 14.
for a 16 dart leg, double 7.
10.
Made a bit of a mess of this.
122.
And that's the theme, isn't it? So far, it's something he's going to have to put right. Single leaves ball. That leaves double 7.
108.
Tale of double sevens in this game.
4.
But Neil Duff is now chasing. He's in the madhouse.
No
And
score.
again, dragged low. And this theme
14.
from game one has continued to roll over. Now 0 from 5 from Duff.
No score. Neil, you require 4.
Missed the big number as criminal. That's awkward. That's kicked up at a very funny angle.
No score.
There's just very little
Adam,
chance
require
to find a
14.
way in.
Can he work off of that, or is it too close?
7. Neil, you require 4.
What would you normally say here, Mace? Oh dear.
Especially now with that one. Look at that.
Wild.
Game shot on the first leg, Neil Duff.
Well, got there in the end. It wasn't pretty, but it's a hole to throw.
Second leg, Adam.
Niall
to
Cullerton,
throw first.
even at this
Game on.
early stages, will be watching this and thinking,
He's there thinking 5 from 5 today.
60.
Good run tomorrow.
Yeah,
steady
job done.
Steady on Wednesday. 2 days off.
Yeah, absolutely.
137.
And it's a problem we talk about when you have a match where you miss a lot of doubles, that it's very hard to change the mindset and the
96.
approach, because it's infectious, missing and hitting. If you get on a roll where you start popping the doubles in cleanly and clinically,
95.
you'll pretty much go through the day similarly. But when you have an absolute mare like he did in his opening match, where
43.
he missed a lot, and I mean a lot of doubles.
It's like we said about James Wade for all these
59.
years, that if he starts around the 97 average, he'll stay there the whole
Yep.
game. If he starts around the 84, he'll also stay there the whole game.
Yep. Spot on.
96.
Needs to go down.
78.
The champagne shot has been left for a break of throw.
122.
He's certainly going for it now after that.
132.
This is my favourite finish on the board.
Just so pretty when it goes in.
Where did the phrase come from, the champagne shot?
76. Adam Require 84.
No, it's something that Sid would have said, that's for sure.
I've always known the 132 as the champagne shot. I just wondered where the
56.
origins came from.
Certainly got a bit of Sid about it.
Aiden
2-0.
on the second leg. Neil.
And
Well, that was just 10 darts less than the first leg.
But it's more the manner of the finish.
Third
That
leg Neil to throw first.
in the first time,
Emo.
the whole game, well, the whole 2 games he's played so far, it's clean and it's clinical.
Yeah.
60.
And that one shot can change the mindset.
100.
The hunter is being hunted.
47.
Isn't it typical? The first time he's clinical on the finishing, he loses his scoring boots.
60.
Just need to combine the both, Neil. Like that.
180.
I do believe that's his first of the day.
54.
He missed 10 darts at the double in that
85.
opening match. He's missed 10 darts at a double already in this one.
133. Neil Require 120.
Adam Hunt was the early favourite for this group, but I think those odds have just gone out the window.
Games on the third leg.
As you said,
Neil
mate, infectious. Leg 2, he pinned the double the first time of asking. Leg 3,
Fourth leg
pins it
Adam to throw
with a tongue
first.
topper.
Game on.
Yeah, 180 in the leg as well. A 129 out. 15 dart hold, 3-0 lead.
100.
Welcome back.
Neil Duff has arrived. We said that Niall will be in the practice room enjoying it. He may not be now.
21.
Up next, Bradley Rose against
43.
Stuart White. So someone's O will go there in terms of not having a point.
30. $96.
Adam Hunt found trebles at the bottom of the board, but leaving 262 has to be
100.
good here, Mace.
can now switch to the 18s.
57.
Just lost the line there of the first dart.
50.
But Adam Hunt will just want a leg on the board. Just something to build on here in Group A.
97.
Where at the moment, he hasn't got anything.
$115. Adam, you require 108.
108.
Got to go. He did the treble for double 16.
92.
Tidies up at 85 for the match. And he's been clinical the last two legs. Tops to continue that run.
47.
Lost the line.
Adam, you require 16.
Completely.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Adam
Adam
Hunt steps in and says, thank you very much. 19 dart hold, but the work starts here for Adam Hunt.
Fifth leg, Neil to throw
One match
first.
start has come and gone for Neil Duff.
$97.
But hasn't let it bother him at the start of this one.
58.
They are two well thrown darts at the 19s, just clipping the bottom wire, and that's the fine margins of this sport.
44.
Yeah, that's why it can leave you so frustrated.
125.
Those last two were at some pace there from Adam Hunt. The first one was set properly, and darts 2 and 3 were a rapid fire.
Yeah, I think he's just looking to follow as quick as possible and get a max on the board.
100.
Does that come from you know you're not playing well, you just want them gone as quick as possible?
Yep. And just trying to get some
134.
just get some feel and some rhythm. He was very he just didn't look comfortable in his opening match, but the throw's looking better, although
100.
I mean the average is 77.44 right now. In his opening match he was 78.91.
28.
But that was a match
Neil
in
Hoare,
which he only had
160.
2 darts at a double. He's had 7 in this one. Again, look at how close that is.
60.
All 3 of them, yeah.
Adam
I should
Hoare,
think so.
156.
I don't mind an eye roll at that one.
Yeah, try doing it. Ooh, another one of those would leave double 18 for a beauty.
130.
Neil Duff was stood behind, just giving it a little shake of the head.
He fancied it.
I think that's a mistake. I think with the
60.
first dart above like that, you have to go for the treble. I understand the double is a bigger target, but when you've got the guide there, just work off of it.
Agreed.
One dart at double 4,
14.
and it doesn't go. Neil Duff
40.
coming back at tops to seal the victory. That's a great guide.
Game.
And he uses it to perfection. Neil Duff, back-to-back wins here in Group A, and this time it was a lot better all-round performance from the BDO World Champion as he sees off Adam Hunt for 1. Coming up after the break, we will see the return of Bradley Roos against Stuart White.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Neil Duff made it 2 wins from 2, beating Adam Hunt by 4 legs to 1. This is the final match of our second round of fixtures. It sees Bradley Rose in action up against Stuart White, both looking to get their first victory in the competition. And watching this one in the commentary box, Chris and Phil.
Thank you, Henry. Well, both players looking to pick up their first win of their Group A campaign. We were discussing the ADC events over the weekend, and there was 4 winners who will all be taking their place here at the Super Series in the coming weeks and months. David Evans won event 5, James Richardson 6, Adam Mould 7, and Christopher Wickenden. Good to see him pick up a win. We've seen him already here, of course, at the Super Series.
Yeah, and he played well on Friday night at Armageddon as well.
Yes.
He had a run out there and played some
First
really,
leg,
really good
Bradley,
stuff.
That's an amazing event.
Fabulous event from the whole setup, and it was the first time it had been done in this way, that the VIPs, they had like a 3-course meal and that, and Bobby did a nice little talk, but not just darts. You had Matt Elliott, the former Leicester City captain, Mark Selby. It was just a really, really nice vibe. And then the darts, 2,500 people. The place was rocking.
I never thought we'd see anything of that kind of size. I know they did do the big gala events in Germany, and they're immense, but I can't think of seeing a bigger exhibition than that.
Yeah, fabulous night. And Joe Cullen's walk-on stole the show.
Yeah, I heard that.
100.
Apart from Bobby's, of course, with the 11-minute walk-on. The original King of Bling.
Candelabras in hand.
We had 3 renditions of We Are the Champions, followed by one of the Beatles' Help.
140.
Yeah, looked a fabulous event. It's an annual event, that one, isn't it? It happens every year.
Yeah. New home this year at the Morningside Arena in Leicester. The old place where it used to be, the Leisure Centre, unfortunately
59.
closed, but new home, fantastic.
Yeah, credit to all those involved who put that together. I do believe, was it a bit of a collaboration
55.
between
MDA and MODUS?
Yeah.
And again, if you want these amazing exhibition nights, also at dartshop.tv, along with the Super Series tickets, get yourself over and have a look.
58.
Towns and cities all around the UK, and of course here in Portsmouth.
Yeah, there's a big one coming up in
December, as always,
Yeah.
the Untouchables.
$64. Bradley require 147.
Oh, talking about Selby. He had one in the Worlds, didn't he?
He did. And although he was defeated in his opening game here, Bradley, he looks more settled in this game in leg 1.
59.
Yeah, there's
Georgia require 164.
nothing really to dislike. Ooh, another one of those.
Oh, that's unlucky. Just the wrong side of the wire. Needed to go to the left of the dart, not the right.
86.
On the ADC as well. We had
88.
4 women's series events, wasn't there?
2 at double 14 for 1-0. Yep, you've got to go for it, Bradley. Down at 7s.
81. Georgia requires
Come back to that point
78.
there in a minute,
Yeah.
Mace. Let's see if Stuart takes this out first. He's going to get 2 at double 12. Not really a marker.
54.
So Bradley then looked
requires
at Stuart's
Yeah,
score
don't
mid.
like that.
You have to know what your opponent's on
Yeah.
before you address the hockey.
You've got all this time stood at the back waiting, and he's gone for a single 3 there, and out the board gets it eventually for double 2.
3.
Yeah, I don't like seeing
Georgia
players do
requires
that. You
24.
you should be fully aware of what you need. It is irrelevant of what your opponent wants, unless they're on a non-finish, so you don't maybe have to go for a bullseye, etc. But mid-throw to break concentration and
12. Bradley requires
take your eye
4.
off the target and that whole feel, the depth of the board, etc.
That's not a nice angle.
Game
But he's
shot
found a way
first leg,
around it.
Bradley Rose.
Bradley Roos takes the opener. Scored well. Lost his composure towards the back end.
Second leg short to
But
throw
surely
first.
that double
Game
two
on.
will settle him down.
Yeah, two of the ADC women's events, one by Dita at the weekend and two won by Lisa.
93.
It's great to see the established ladies travelling to play in the ADC events as well.
Yeah, I think it's a good look. A little surprised Fallon didn't compete. Great practice.
99.
It's a proper environment as well. It pretty much mimics the Pro Tours, doesn't it?
Do you think Stuart White's learnt from game one? Because we've had a great angle there and he's
26.
stuck there in game one, where this time it's low and he's run for cover.
Yeah. And when we've seen him come down at 19s in combination shots in different phases of the leg, he looks
58.
fairly efficient down there. So I'm surprised he doesn't come for cover a little earlier. That's an absolute blocker. Right on cue.
96.
I do love that overhead cam. Just the way you get to see the darting flight into the board.
Yeah, you get to see whether it's a clean angle of entry as well, whether the dart is
60.
straightening out in time. It's great for the players as well because they don't get to see that look when they're practicing. That's a bit unfortunate.
76.
Yeah, over adjusted.
It's a much better first start.
100.
That looks a perfect first start.
$138.
That was the result. Very good visit. I think he was half tempted to stay there.
Just fire one in off the barrels.
90. Georgia Wire 72.
Couple of options. 48-24. Stay there. 16 for tops. For a level game.
52. Bradley require 94.
Interested to see what way Bradley goes for this one. Gone aggressive. He's going to get two darts at tops. It's not in Bradley. Come back. As he looks at tens.
74. Georgia require 20.
Not happy with that one. Stuart White, same target for one apiece.
Game
Second dart, Stuart White levels it up. 1-1.
Third leg Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Almost feel that both players need a injection of pace or just to find a way to
100.
do something to make them feel a bit more positive.
Yeah, there's been some good darts in this set, but you just feel that neither player really believes in himself at the moment.
180.
Exactly what I was asking for.
Especially Bradley, you've played on the biggest stages around. You've won on them. Believe in your ability.
Absolutely.
$42.
It's just frustrating. There's nothing White can do from 3-5-6 anyway. So
96.
I think that's a trend of the young player now that really overcomplicates things and creates problems. I'm a
59.
huge fan of modern day counting, but there's a time and a place for it.
Yeah. When they get it right, it's brilliant. But then, on that occasion, sometimes it just looks like petulance that you're throwing away your last dart.
Agreed.
100. Bradley require 120.
Shanghai, single, treble, double.
Not going the Jose route.
3 tops.
60.
Takes something special for Wayne to lose his
George
voice.
require 160.
Follow that dart. Tops for a fabulous 160.
120. Bradley requires
Unlucky.
60.
He's threatened a few big outs. Nice. Gone double-double, but
Bradley Rose.
certainly not on purpose. A very safe 20, finds tops, and then finds 10s for a 17 dart hold and a 2-1 lead. Average is very similar, 76-71 for Bradley, 77-73 for White.
On that 60 shot like that, when your dart does stand up the way Bradley's does, and we talked about the flatty earlier, I don't mind going a little bit higher and getting it in tops.
No, it's one of those. I suppose it's when you're confident and you know your dart set up, you'll throw one just over the 60. You know, you won't be throwing high, worried about it in a trouble. It's just a it's a bit of a
43.
lack of trust in your throw, I think. I can just throw at the treble 20 when I need 60 because I know I'm not going to hit it.
121.
Remember, it's a funny old game. The first time I hit a 170 finish in a game, I missed it a few times and going forward. And as you know, when the dart leaves your fingers, you know if it's close or not. And I hit the 2 trebles, and the dart of the ball, no word of a lie, I snatched
60.
it like prime Dave Chisnell, and it felt horrible when it left my fingers, and it ended up right in the middle.
Well, you often see a few players when they're going for a 180, and you can almost read the dart that it's going nowhere near the target, and then somehow finds a way in as Stuart White picks up his second
100.
max of the session.
97.
1 apiece now in this game. That's perfect for him, that, surely.
57.
Wow.
That's harder to put one in that gap than it is find tops.
Absolutely. This is the kind of shot you feel that Bradley needs to take out to really give him a bit of a boost.
55. Sure to require 40.
Coming back, tops. The 2 apiece, down to 10s. Now he's chasing 5s.
Game shot on the
But chased well.
Stuart
White finds double 5. Last dart in hand, and we have a level game at 2 apiece.
5th leg Bradley to throw first.
4 holds of throw, 2 apiece. Very little to choose between them, not only in the scoreline, but also in terms of averages. Separated by just a point.
57.
And after 4 legs, I just think that Stuart's been more consistent. Bradley has had the more eye-catchier moments, but the more consistent darts has come from Stuart White in this tie.
Yeah, he's looked the more solid of the two. Totally agree with that.
$134.
So it's an interesting one that maybe Bradley just needs to up the pace a little bit and just get some.
That's exactly what I said. He just needs an injection of pace and just sort of grab it by the scruff of the neck and say, right, come on, let's go. Because I can guarantee. Well, I was watching him have a throw early this morning in the players' practice room, and certainly plays. Well, he's certainly practicing with a bit more pace. I think he's trying to be too perfect and too measured, and that's not working.
Just get them gone. Don't overcomplicate it.
134.
Those darts at treble 19 are much better pace.
Perfect example. Right on cue.
Has he got an earpiece in?
41. Bradley require 110.
Now, if this was Luke Littler, I'd have full board just to have the ball covered.
Yeah.
And we get a dart at double 18 for a 110 combo.
92.
Now, I'm going to be a little bit critical there. That dart has to miss on the outside because Stewart's not on a finish.
Yeah, people who may not play
28.
the game at a particularly high level would probably be confused, but you tend to just throw a wide one at the double. It's like when you're on a ton and you're going to go tops. There's a safe double top and there's an aggressive one.
Also known as the professional miss.
Yes.
Looks like Stewart to throw first. Game on.
16 dart holder throw for Bradley Roos, and that's more him.
It's like rolling a red over the pocket when your opponent needs snookers anyway.
190.
Good response. Is he just beginning to feel comfortable?
I was going to say that the last 5-6 visits to the board, there's a rhythm now, where beforehand it was very disjointed, very stuttery.
57.
We're now seeing the real Bradley Roos come through. The darts are going above. They're all at a consistent angle of entry.
Yeah.
$60.
Hello.
Third of the match is second in the leg. 180, 57, 180. 84 after 9. We've seen an 11 from Neil Duff already today. Slightly more
58.
traditional.
Stewart to require 84.
Time on his side. Gonna need it.
Tops for a 12.
44.
Super aggressive. Going the 39 for tops on 79.
You said Niels was the more traditional route. You're not a fan of the 180, 57, 180 route?
It's a bit Kerry Morgan there,
40.
for our
Stewart to
older
require 40.
viewers.
Double 10. That's wild.
Game
Double five's been his friend though, mate.
Yep, 15 darter, best leg of the match, and we have a level game. All have gone with throw. So
final leg, Bradley
Stuart White to win this
first.
match, he's going to have to buck that
Game on.
trend.
$100.
How big could that last treble be from Bradley Roos?
$58.
As Stuart White ends up treble-less. Bradley Roos had the darts at the start, but he's now got a gap as well. What he'd give just to drop one in.
60.
Dragged it low though. Has he given Stuart White a way back into this tie? But White needs trebles. Has not found them.
22.
That's a mistake. Is the pressure getting to both here?
59.
It's all a little bit nervy in this last leg decider. Locked at 3 apiece. Every leg with throw.
41.
Stuart White, 3 trebleless visits at the start of this leg.
$48.
They're both at it. Who can handle the pressure? Who can compose themselves?
66.
3 trebles, but 2 of them the wrong side of the wire from Stuart White. That's a perfect first dart from Bradley.
100.
He'll be disappointed that at least one more didn't join it. But he is down to a finish. Disaster for Stuart White. One on the floor. You saw it clatter off the flight.
40.
134.
Bradley require 134.
18's first potentially. Nope, he's gone down. He's gone the treble 19s. Tees up tops with Stuart White, not in the same neighbourhood. Bradley Ruse, compose yourself because you're coming back at tops to win it.
$97. Bradley require 40.
For his first 2 points in Group A. Bradley Ruse looking at tops. That's a great guide. Just work off of it as a marker. Over adjusted. 10s.
20.
Can't find it. But Stuart White not close enough. 177. Can't be done.
$87.
But now he's on a finish.
Bradley require 20.
No more second chances, Bradley. This has to go. To bag the points. How much can he see? Now he's chasing. He's come inside. Up to 5s.
10.
And he's high.
Stuart require 90.
So Stuart White, if he can keep dart straight, should get a dart at the ball. Single 20 for bullseye to steal it.
Game,
and steal
shot,
it. He has done.
White.
Bradley Ruse has missed the host of match darts here in the deciding leg, and Stuart White steps up and pops the 90 on the bullseye to deliver 2 points in his tally. Coming up after the break, we're going to see a heavyweight clash here in Group A as Niall Cullerton takes on Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Stuart White get his first points of the campaign, getting the better of Bradley Rose by 4 legs free. Chris Mason has joined us up here on the balcony to assess what we've seen so far. These are the results then from the 6 games we have seen already today. And it's been a case of players have picked up points, but no one's really settled yet, have they?
No, there's been moments. There's been some really good moments. But overall, I don't think I've ever seen a group more edgy. Everyone seems a little bit preoccupied with nerves and sort of worrying about losing rather than sort of going out to win a match. Neil Duff's not looked nervous. Niall looked nervous in his second match. But the rest of them, yeah, they all seem a little bit uneasy at the moment. But I suppose it's Monday morning. I've got a few on debut. And a few of the players, especially Adam Hunt, his actual throw got better and better in the last match. But yeah, he's going to have to find something because, as we've seen before, when you struggle on day one, you tend to carry that over for the whole 3 days of Group A. So yeah, it needs nipping in the bud for Adam Hunt, and he needs to come out and get a win.
Is someone looking at this and thinking, I can take charge of this group, knowing how the first few games
went? Well, there's no standout performances. No one sort of, put a marker down with a big average and said, right, I'm winning this group. It may come in our next match between Niall and Neil, because for me they were two of the 3 favourites, the 3 standout favourites. One of them's yet to win a game in Adam Hunt. So yeah, all to play for, and I think we're going to learn a lot about our next match.
Well, in terms of the league table, Niall Cullerton is at the top of it, and that is because he hasn't dropped a leg so far today. Yeah, 2 wins and 2 comfortable 4-0s. I was impressed with his performance in his opening match. That 4-0 win was a convincing 4-0 win with an 88 average. Match 2 wasn't pretty, but got the job done, and maybe that's going to be the case. It's just winning ugly and getting the points on the board, because listen, you can't win the 5 grand today, tomorrow or Wednesday. It's all about getting yourself in a position to qualify. Could you say exactly the same about Neil Duff today as well?
Yeah, I think Neil's looked the most comfortable. There was maybe some of the numbers are not reflecting that. I think he's been a bit unfortunate. He's had a lot of bad deflections, and he's had spells where he's just not been able to hit a double, and that's reflected on those averages. But the averages, when you look at how many missed darts at a double, you can see the scoring power is there.
Neil Duff in action our next match against Niall Cullerton, a player we've seen here a fair bit at the Super Series. Here's some of his all-time stats then from all the competitions that he's played in over the course of the last couple of years or so. Overall running average of 85.35, checkout ratio of 35%, which we usually call 1 in 3 about the par for the course in his competition, so above that par in that respect.
Yeah, absolutely, and wins more games than he loses. That's the key figure for me. As long as you're winning more matches than you lose, then you're doing something right. Mid-80s average, that's okay. And as you can see, plenty of 180s.
Is he in that similar bracket to Danny Lauby, who we've seen some really, really good stuff from over the last couple of years here at the Live Lounge? He came so close to qualifying for Champions Week in Series 2, and that's going to be the next goal, next objective for him. Yeah, well
Danny's there now, isn't he? And he's one of those players that has an incredible A game, but that's where it ends. There's no B game there yet, but that comes in time. That's an evolutionary process of a player. Some players never end up having that great B game, but ultimately to win matches in big tournaments, like we're going to see Neil Duff up next, he has that ability to not worry about the numbers, just worry about winning ugly sometimes.
So Cullerton against Duff is our 7th match of the session. Chris Mason's going to make that sprint down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Phil Bars. Hello again, Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone. This is going to be a heavyweight clash here in Group A between Niall Cullerton and Neil Duff. Looking forward to this one immensely. There we have it, and we've seen some changes to Niall Cullerton's equipment there. We'll get a better view when we see them in the board. But going off previous visits here to the Super Series, there we have it. Looks as if he's gone back to his gold dart. The other ones have like a blue PVC coating on them. It looks like he's ditched them and gone back to the gold with the orange flight and stem set up as regards to the blue and yellow.
First leg, Niall.
Must be on about Niall.
Correct.
Game on.
The darts are exactly the same
Yeah.
Apart from it's got
It's just a different coating. Yeah.
100.
Funny you should say that, because in the comms box we have a version of his standard tungsten with nothing on it.
Yeah.
So he's got the full range.
Yeah, I think, and it's strange.
100.
Whenever I've used new darts, I've always sort of had multiple sets and sort of rotate them so you get a couple of sets bedded
100.
in. And sometimes you just feel more comfortable with one set than the other. It's all between the ears, of course.
A lot of it is with
60.
colour as well, is perception
Yes.
in the board. And I use Neil Duff as an example here because his dart is all very dark barrel, stem and flight. And at times that can be hard to pick up in the board.
Yeah, but for him, it won't appear to be as much of a blocker.
Yeah. Well, I showed you my new setup a minute ago where I've moved to a white stem just to give me a little bit of differentiation in the board.
Yeah. And like I say, it's that perception of depth and what your eyes see.
Yeah. The mind tells you what you're seeing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's what the eyes are telling the brain.
Now you require 62.
Tops.
22.
It's not with the black points as well. They were sometimes you didn't know if they were in or out.
60. Now you require 40.
Niall Cullen for first blood and a hold.
Shot on the first leg, Niall Cullen.
Very comfortable as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, very. 16 dart holder throw. Neil Duff wasn't really in the leg.
Game on. $140.
Yeah, he looked. Although he picked up the win 4-0 last time out, it was an out of sorts version of Niall Cullerton against Van Velzen.
94.
He averaged just shy of 70.
Yeah, that's not Niall Cullerton.
No.
And perhaps that's got something to do with the change of equipment.
140.
And he started this one a completely different player. Back-to-back 140s in leg 2 after holding in leg 1.
97.
I think what Henry was saying was right up there on the balcony. Is a player going to look around and think, this is very winnable, this group, and just grab the group by the scruff of the neck and try and run away with it.
Yeah, one of them's just got to walk into that practice room,
Head
head up, shoulders out, barrel chest, I'm the best in here and you ain't winning.
Absolutely. And give off that message.
70. You require 138.
We were walking through the practice room on Saturday, and that's exactly what Reece Robinson was telling the room. Whether he believed it or not was another issue. He was telling everyone, I'm winning
60.
here.
Wow.
Now you require 91.
Good for him. Good as his word. Ooh.
41. Tops for a break and 2-0.
71.
Grazed the bottom wire, mate.
78.
Yeah, and after the opening leg, he'd have fancied that tops. Does Duff fancy tops?
38.
Grazed the top wire.
Bends the top wire.
Require 20.
For 2-0 and back-to-back. 16 darters.
Game
It's not a 16,
Niall Cullerton.
but it is a 17. It is a break of throw. And he now has control.
Third leg, Niall to throw first. Game on.
And the average is over the 91 mark at the moment.
Yeah, and in his opening match, he was hovering around that kind of number throughout the match.
100.
Ended up with an 88-41. But for the vast majority of the game, it was over 90.
100.
I mean, we've seen this from Neil Duff before, make slow starts to the week, and then he navigates his way
91.
through, draws on his experience.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Absolutely.
can't win the
140.
MODUS Super Series week on a Monday.
$66.
Now Duff with a big visit here. We're looking to break straight back. That's a great adjustment.
100.
Yeah, good thinking.
Nothing wrong with his calculator in the mind. Strange in that some players you just know don't make
60.
counting mistakes, and
Zero by
others you just expect it
161.
now. I'll get your thoughts. We'll do it at the start of the next leg on counting in darts and how the brain works. But let's just see if Duff can get the break back and half
60.
the deficit.
Nearly requires 64. Game shot
Much
the third
better.
leg, Neil Duff.
From Neil Duff, pins the 64 in 2.
Super leg of
Breaks
darts,
straight back 14.
Fourth leg, Neil
Yeah,
to
going back to
Rovers.
counting, and as a player, the younger generation, when I was a kid, we didn't have electronic scoreboards or anything like that, and we weren't allowed to play in the pub or club
140.
until we'd marked a game properly with no mistakes, and we wanted to play, so we learnt quickly.
Same, exactly the same. You had to be able to chalk because
60.
it was always, they were always playing winner stays on, so you had to be able to mark to
Correct, and now
put your name up and wait your turn, and
190.
and it goes back to the point I was trying to make is
I'm not sure.
the older generation, when I was growing up, you never saw the same counting mistakes you
41.
see now.
No, yet players are playing more darts. I mean, I'd like to think the counting side of it comes through practicing. I mean, I always,
97.
when I practiced, I would have sessions on my own where I'd be working on different elements, but ultimately 75% of my practice was actual match practice, where
95.
I would go up to
Nearly
Phil or
require
up to Bob
84.
Anderson or wherever and actually play games. And if there was if there was
44.
sort of a new way, or I watched a player do something, I thought, all right, and I would sort of integrate that into my own game and try and work that into my sort of back end of
100.
legs in
Nearly
terms
require
of
40.
leaving a preferred finish. Well, I'm not sure that
Game shot the
players
fourth leg,
work
Neil Duff.
that hard anymore in that element of the game.
Yeah.
And of course, and you've got players that come from,
Fifth leg, Niall to
you know,
Rovers.
with
Game on.
Jose comes from a soft tip background where it's all done for you. But again, when you've been playing and the amount of matches he's played,
99.
I still find it surprising it's not something that is now automatic with him. And again, when it doesn't become automatic, and you have to
93.
think. For example, Bradley in that last game, it was something we picked up on in that match about looking across at the scoreboard all the time, and that perception of depth on the
100.
board. You take that away and you look back at it. It's not a good thing. But by the whole process of not knowing what you're doing and you're having to stop
60.
start, that's that's not going to produce the levels of play you want, or producing moments, clutch
39.
moments, because your focus and concentration has been taken away.
Neil Duff has bounced back into this game with back-to-back 14 dart legs.
140.
He's threatening here again.
$95.
Well, there's another miscount.
As I like to call it, ferret counting.
140.
Well, if he converts this in two,
100. Nearly
this will be a
requires 68.
hat trick of 14s. Cancel that. Tops.
40.
I say 15 will do.
Nearly requires
Absolutely.
68.
Still the same amount of turns, of course.
Going to get one at double 16 to retake the lead.
36.
And this
Nearly
time, the
requires
radar's
20.
off. Duff to break. 3 on the spin. It's wild.
Game
That's
on
not
the
though, Mace,
flag, Neil.
as he finds double five.
Good recovery. And it is 3 on the spin, trailed 2-0. We've not had a
Six
leg
leg
go
Neil to
over
throw
6
first.
visits
Game
in
on.
this one. Undoubtedly the best match we've had so far today in terms of quality.
60.
Yeah, we said it'd be a heavyweight clash at the start, and it's turning out that way. I say heavyweight in brackets. They'd probably have to
41.
fight a catch weight. Neil's just looked a lot more fluent
100.
here in this game than he has in his opening two.
Yeah, he's just not looked rattled, even though he'd have been disappointed with his performance levels, especially last time out. He's experienced enough to know it.
135.
Listen, this is a marathon, not a sprint.
I expect another one to join that second dart.
140.
Standard duffing. Another match where he's got 6 140s in it.
76.
Got 6 darts from here to get the job done.
60.
141 when he comes back. Can Cullerton put it under severe pressure? And the answer
41.
is no, he
Neil
can't.
Bar 141.
That gets rid of it now.
One's got to come off at some point. Do it early.
26.
Oh dear. And that was because he was just trying to force his way through. Making hard work of this. Doesn't want to leave himself vulnerable. Yeah, treble 20 is the shot.
41. Nearly require 115.
115 to seal the points.
Oh, he went for a beating.
53. Nearly require 167.
The setup's not the best. Knowing what Niall was on, in your head,
45.
you're thinking, I'm
Nearly
going to
require
come back.
62.
The maths say I'm coming back.
$22.
Match start missed.
Yeah,
Nearly
he's coming
require
back at a
122.
much more achievable out.
Should be starting 18s here.
That is a disaster. Single 18 would have left 104, of course. Treble 18 would have left the ball. Pick 'em out.
25.
Niall.
Nearly require 40.
Neil Duff tops to seal a big win. Chasing 10s. 5 has been his friend so far,
30.
but not this time around. It's now 4 match starts for Neil Duff gone.
And that would have been 4 on the
Nearly
spin.
require 97.
Trailed 2-0. And he's given Niall another opportunity to level things up, get the break back, and have the opportunity to serve it out. Could go double-double. And for treble 18.
80.
I think he's caught in 2 ones there.
Nearly require 10.
There was a long enough pause to suggest that. 1 over. Edging closer.
No score.
7
Nearly
match
require
starts for Neil
17.
Duff. This would hurt.
Game shot on the 6 leg. Niall Cullerton.
Neil Duff has missed 7 match darts. Niall Cullerton breaks back and now has the darts in the decider.
7th and final leg. Niall to
And it
throw
didn't look
first.
like he was going to
Game on.
miss at all. I mean, his doubling stats were far superior to anything we've seen from him so far today. And then to actually get it done. Oh, well.
190.
Oh, what a response.
140.
We both went quiet.
100.
Just for a moment.
We don't want to curse it anymore.
$100.
Remains the 40 points behind, plus these.
60.
In an ideal world, I don't think he particularly wanted to stay there.
No, he could have gone for the treble 17.
81.
Neil grafting hard. But 6 at
161.
161 for Niall. To win a game that he looked the most likely to lose.
87.
What he'd give for a 140 here. It's not going to happen.
125.
Well, after the 5, he'd be more than happy with that because there's pressure on the 74. Remember, this is for the match.
And he is going to get 2 darts at double 16
Game
for a
shot.
steal.
And
Niall Cullerton bags the point and his winning run continues. But Neil Duff will be bitterly disappointed as he grabs his case there. 7 match darts went missing for the Northern Ireland star as he should have won this one 4-2. But it is Cullerton who bags the points. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Marvin van Velzen against Stuart White.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where we're halfway through the action here at the MODUS Super Series. And before the break, Niall Cullerton continues his 100% record, beating Neil Duff 4-3 and surviving 7 match darts in the process. So he's on 6 points. One of Stuart White and Marvin van Velzen can join Neil Duff on 4 with victory in this one. And this has been described by Chris and Phil.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, a frustrating end to that one for Neil Duff. 7 match darts to top the table. We move on to this one. And Stuart should be buoyed by the ending to his match, taking out, well, it was a very similar situation to the Neil Duff and Cullerton match. It was a match where Bradley had 6 darts to
First
win
leg,
it.
Marvin to throw first.
And then
Game on.
had to watch Stuart find the bullseye on the back of 90 to steal the spoils.
Yeah, and both of these will be happy enough with their start to life in the Super Series. There's been some flashes that we can see. There's very good players within them. We just need a little bit of time to settle and get used to the environment.
Yeah, there's definitely potential, that's for sure.
140.
Well, it is very much a pick'em game. They go 4 to 5, 10 to 11, which on the evidence we've seen so far is about right.
60.
Yeah, I don't think there's an awful lot between them. It could come down to Marvin having the darts. That wouldn't surprise me.
Right, looking at their opening matches,
36.
Marvin averaged 75 in a 4-1 win over Bradley. Stuart averaged 80 in a 4-3 defeat to Neil Duff.
40.
Then Marvin had a real stinker last time out, didn't he? Averaged 68 in a 4-0 defeat to Niall. As I mentioned, Stuart averaged 76, 73 in a 4-3 win over Bradley. So, yeah, very similar levels. You got a bit of background information on Marvin, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. Thanks very much to John at ADC Europe. Just dropped us a little message. And Marvin's in some good company. Just recently, they became the Hague team champions.
49. Marvin, you require one.
Where he's got a few decent teammates, Mace.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, I'm playing alongside Dirk van Dijvenbode and Jeffrey Deswan.
Yeah, that's
96.
it's not a bad 3-a-side. I'd be quite happy with that.
Who leads off?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely think Dirk's the boss there, haven't you?
But yeah, so you don't play in a team with those if you haven't got ability.
No,
because they're not having you.
40.
No, exactly. You have to have the credentials to get picked for a start, or ultimately qualify.
No score.
All
Stuart,
that.
you require 122.
Looking at the 18s. Treble for a dart at the ball. Dart at the ball incoming.
97.
I was about to say he has history with it.
Not a million miles away, was it?
40.
Good effort.
Wrong bed.
36.
That's the first sign of frustration I've seen from Marvin today.
Yeah, first negative reaction. 88.
Game shot on the
And he's
first leg.
punished.
Stuart White.
Stuart White breaks throw in the opener.
Second leg, Stuart to throw first. Game on.
20 dart. Break a throw. 6-6. Missed darts at a double
59.
for Marvin.
$98.
Slipped into the treble 7.
60.
And is he handing the break opportunity back?
60.
Adam Hunt. Bradley Rose up next. That will complete the third cycle of games, so all the
45.
players will have 2 more to play today.
Yeah, and if you'd have said to me beforehand, I'd have said comfortable Adam Hunt win. But from what we've seen today, it's turned into a pick'em game.
Yeah, it's a toughie. Listen, it's not out of the equation that someone will end the day today on nil points.
72.
But the two currently without a win is the two I didn't expect to be in that situation. Bradley Rose and Adam Hunt.
Yeah, two with the utmost pedigree.
140. Marvin, you require 144. $88. Stuart, you require 100.
Do you know anyone that's taken this out before?
Well, and he went this way. It's 40 years ago, that.
Marvin, you require 56.
I'm very much. I'm not at that level, but if you plonk one in the treble 20, I'm following the first art.
36. Stuart, you require 40.
And we know he can follow him because last time out, he hit 3 180s. That's the most anyone's hit in a single game today. Double five. Ooh, what a dart that is. Consolidates the break with the hold. 2-0.
Double five's being very friendly to people today.
Marvin to throw.
Yeah, Neil Duff did it a few times.
It's normally friend or foe.
Yes.
Today it's very friendly.
Horrible double, isn't it? I mean, it's next door to tops, and I like tops, but it's just about this double five, and there's just no breakdown. That's 8 missed darts at a double already for Marvin. He is starving on the outer ring.
180.
Looking more and more comfortable is Stuart White.
80.
Yep. Agreed.
$96.
And if he can convert this lead into a big win, 4-1 or better, and I think he trades places with Neil Duff into second. Well, if he wins 4-0, he definitely goes into second position. As it stands, Neil Duff's 26. On 4 points and +3. Stuart White, 2 points and no leg difference.
74.
Looking to leave this a nice rounded number, but he's making a mess of it.
26. $60.
But not punished.
Still has 6 at 173 for 3-0. He's looking at the 719s to leave tops.
58.
That's where I think it's an overcomplication. Because, listen, 2 visits ago he hit a 180, so he's obviously confident around the treble 20.
15.
Well, how many times do we see it at the elite level now where they just hit as many trebles as you can and then work out the finishing once you're on it?
Treble 17. Oh, he's
30. Marvin, you require 96.
Yeah.
Thought he was, I don't know what he thought he was on.
Games on the third
No
leg.
miscount there.
Much better from the Dutchman, that.
Well, despite the max in the leg, it's a hold from Marvin.
Fourth leg, Stuart to throw first. Game on.
I think Stuart's still a little confused about the previous visit when he was on the 115.
Yeah.
85.
Overthinking it and it's running through his mind there.
$58.
just dragging into the 5 at the moment.
20
It's almost as if he's lost the line and just pulling them.
Yeah. Timing, isn't it?
32. $100.
But
60.
can Van Velzen force a way back into this game? Because the scoring has just deserted him. Looking at it, only 2 visits of 100 or more, and then 140.
Yeah.
60. $60.
Do you fancy this fish?
Well, I'm allergic to fish, unfortunately, so I'm going to have to decline.
You have to decline this one.
170.
It's all right. It's not on the end of the rod anyway.
No.
54. Marvin, you require 157. 40. Sure to require 116.
Can he re-establish that 2-leg cushion? 116. Treble. Would have left a dark double 18.
And he has options here. He could go treble 16, but he's going to stay up.
60. Marvin, you require 117.
Single 17. Oh.
Criminal.
85.
And lost the composure on dart 3.
Dead Andy, though. Slept for it too.
I've seen some happy accidents in my time, but that one's right up there.
The dog and duck special, that one, on a Tuesday night.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Stuart White steps in and says, "Thank you very much. I'll have a bit of that."
5th leg, Marvin to throw first. Game on.
That's up there with my favourite ever leaves.
That's brilliant.
45.
Stuart White will be thinking, one good leg here. Double my points tally.
Thing is that, I mean, the ADC initiative and collaboration with the MODUS Super Series is it's going to
92.
It's going to just improve levels of play right from one end to the other, because as the interest and the momentum gathers,
60.
Obviously the competitive nature, the levels will lift, and the problem at the moment is because it's very new, we're getting a lot of untested players.
Yeah, and the old saying, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, we'd all love to see 100 averages and
140.
Tons of 180s, and listen, we do see that at the Super Series, but also at the other end, we've also got to find the next
55.
generation of talent, and we're providing that opportunity here. We, you want to watch 110 averages, put the TV on Thursday night on Sky.
Yeah, look, here's giving amateur players a platform,
absolutely,
to come and perform and learn their trade and make themselves better players.
Listen, it wasn't that long ago that Johnny Clayton was playing local Super League and county darts, averaging
59
in the 70s and 80s.
66.
66 to win it.
It was a good year.
He was unsure there. He looked up, looked down. He didn't know which way he wanted to go there.
Left himself double 8.
He's got away with it here, but
No score.
I'll let you say it.
I'll look out.
135. Sure to require 66.
Make your mind up.
30.
Another match start.
Revenue requires 65.
It's gone.
25 for tops. 15 for tops. Keep this one alive.
25.
Not going to happen. So now Stuart White
Sure to
comes
require
back.
36.
Double 18 to win it and bag the points. Dragged that one low, but he's got away with it. Leaves double 16.
18.
Oh, he's in
Revenue
everything but
require
the double he
40.
wants. A double 11, now a double 7. Marvin is going to extend the match to a 6th leg. That double 5 again.
Friend or foe?
35.
This time it's a foe.
Sure to require 18.
It's a faux pas.
Dart 1 has to be aggressive.
Game.
And Dart
shot.
2 finds
And
the
the
target.
match,
He wasn't sure
Stuart
whether it was in or not, but it is. And Stuart White seals a 4-1 victory over Marvin van Velzen to bag the points and move up on to 4 points. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Adam Hunt against Bradley Roos.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's a case of Stuart White winning once again against Marvin van Velzen by 4 legs to 1 in our previous encounter. Next up for us, Adam Hunt up against Bradley Rose, watched by Phil and Chris.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back everyone on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Adam Hunt looking to kickstart his Group A campaign. Been under par so far for him. Taking on Bradley Rose, the 2022 WDF World Champion.
Real big match for both. This one, Phil. There you go. Well, at the start of play, Adam was 8-15 favourite for this one. Bradley quoted at 11-8.
First leg, Adam to throw first.
And the prices haven't changed.
Yeah, and that's a surprise because normally from the pre-session odds, normally they move up and down and suit how the first couple of games have gone.
Yeah, they react to the performance levels of the players.
$100.
Interesting to see how this one plays out over the next 10, 15 minutes or so.
82.
There's been no negativity from Adam Hunt, and that comes with experience. He's just stuck in there, just waiting for the performance level to improve.
Yeah, like he's played on the biggest stage of them all at the PDC World Championships. He's not going to panic and think, where's it all going wrong? It's just like, right, okay, this one didn't go according to plan. We just reset and we go again.
And do that.
190. $140.
Left a bogey number, but we'll forgive him this one because nothing else could have been done.
97.
And already in this opening leg, Adam Hunt is looking better than he has in his previous matches.
Yeah, I agree.
57.
And he's throwing with confidence. Like I say, the last time he was here, I thought he played some really, really good stuff at times.
Yeah, if my memory serves me correct, it was only stopped by a certain Fallon Sherrick.
Yeah, correct.
Her CV's not too bad, is it?
78. Adam requires 16. Game shot on the first leg, Adam Hunt.
And Adam Hunt holds in 16. And from the signs in leg one,
Second leg, Bradley to throw
this could be
game on.
a bit of a sticky game for Bradley Roos.
On the evidence of the start from Adam, it's more what we expected. Hence, he was favourite to win
60.
this Group A. He currently finds himself right at the foot of the table.
$140.
The dart's going in with more purpose than we've seen as well. Standing up to attention, and he's using the markers better already.
100. $57.
I'm a fan of the switch to the 17s early on in the leg because
Absolutely.
the breakdown is so much more favourable.
Yeah, a single 19 in that situation. He'd be on
59.
302, which makes things complicated. From 304, it's just a straight 140.
100.
Almost like that.
It's almost as if they can hear you, Mace.
Yeah, and that, you know, in that again, you sort of, if you pick off the
78.
51, you know, again, you're just looking at straight darts at the treble 20. I still don't understand when they go 20-20 in their opening visit, they go for a 19.
140.
It's the wrong shot.
It's the same.
Mathematically, it's the wrong shot.
Well, even if you hit two treble 19s as well, it's still a 4 coming off a 1, so it still doesn't
Adam requires 64.
make much sense.
That makes sense.
It's a great guide, surely.
48. Bradley require
No, 100%
83.
confident Adam Hunt finds that target on dart 3. 16 and ball. Oh, double 9.
74.
That's when he's a little
Adam
bit too
require
quick for me.
16.
I like the super aggressive dart of the treble on dart 2. But dart 3 was a little bit too quick.
8.
Oh, last time out,
Bradley
Adam was
require 9.
1 out of 10 on the doubles. He's now 1 from 7. We're only in leg 2.
This is a weird one. Don't see that combination too often.
3. Adam, you require 8.
Unless you're someone like Phil or Robert Owen, no one likes double
Game
3.
on the second leg, Adam Hunt.
But Adam Hunt doubles his advantage. 2-0.
Third leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, break a throw. Bradley looking a little deflated.
140. $81.
I like it. Not a lot of movement in Adam's head. The
100.
head is always stationary. We've spoke about the little pullback. It's a bit in the middle, but overall.
Well, a lot of body movement.
134.
And a little walk on the last dart.
It's just a little quirk I just saw there in the Bradley Roos throw. I'll see what you think in a minute, Mace.
180.
If you look at his finger, it just comes off the dart at the end. Just at the slight raise at the end there.
100. Adam require
Interesting.
81.
Didn't need to go the ball there, of course, with
49.
Bradley back on 186. Yeah, she does what I do, and the
Adam require
dart is sort of
32.
rested on the top side of the middle finger.
Double 8.
16. Bradley
They're not a million
require
miles away there,
90.
Mace, either. They're there or thereabouts.
But he's offering up opportunities, and again, that's a wrong shot for me.
I was
When you're
about-
2-0 down.
I was about to say, board management from the young man there
34.
has to go
Adam require
20s.
16.
Has to.
Last dart in hand.
Game
Gets
on
him
the
out of
third leg,
jail.
Adam Hunt.
And it is 3-0 to Adam Hunt. And again, Bradley Roos only has himself to blame there for not
Fourth
getting
leg,
a dart.
Bradley.
Yeah, I mean, he goes for a treble
Rovers.
20. It's it bonus 2
Game on.
darts at double 15. If you don't like double 15, at least you got the option to split, which I wouldn't advise anyway. There shouldn't be.
60.
Listen, you have your preferred doubles, but there shouldn't be a double that you don't like, because you should practice enough on them that you feel like you can hit them. But 2 single 20s, then give them a dart at the ball.
67.
And 15, it's right next to double 10.
Yeah.
As Michael Smith always says, it's always there, which is
Yeah.
why
He loves it.
on the 150, he's going treble 20, double 15.
And so he should. He
134.
throws 90% of his darts at that treble 20 and hits it with great regularity, which is why he's world champion and world number 1.
59.
Not a bad player, is he?
He's all right. Got no bottle, though, hasn't he?
I was going to say, that when they all said he wouldn't win anything, keep losing finals.
Yeah,
59.
more important thing is he kept making finals.
I remember we asked him mid last year, and we were just openly chatting about that. It was like,
58.
would you rather not win a major and have 10 million in the bank, or win a major? He was like, 10 million sets me and my family up for life.
Exactly.
78.
This is a better leg for Bradley on throw.
96. Bradley require 170.
The big fish not going to go, but can you leave?
96.
I was going to say a nice little double, but he'll take a 2-darter instead.
Yeah, how much pressure can be applied though?
Not enough.
No.
That's the word.
Bradley requires 74. $34.
Can't find
Adam
tops.
require 170.
This would hurt. But what a way to win it. Not going to go. So Bradley Ruse will come back to get a leg on the board.
134.
Looking at tops, but this time around, Mace, it is under
Bradley
pressure.
require
It certainly
40.
is. This is a match saver. Just needs to not overly adjust. He's thrown the dart identically.
Game
Adjusts with dart 3. Picks up his first leg of the match, but it's only a hold.
Fifth leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
I'm intrigued to get the story behind why, I think, on the back of his collar, is it 070? On the back.
$82.
Intrigued what those numbers mean.
$58.
Don't worry, we'll find out.
We will. We will get our investigation party out to find out exactly what it means.
100.
Adam Hunt will want to get this done here because Bradley could find a break. It then starts to get a little bit messy. And
180.
Well, I did say about the 180s from Adam, and he's hit 3 in this match.
97. Adam require 128.
Does love a max.
didn't have to go the 18s route because Bradley Ruse is not on a finish.
56. $100.
So 72.
Adam requires 72.
For Adam Hunt to win it.
36 for 36.
Not something you see too often these days. But two match darts incoming for Adam Hunt. That looks like a good guide. Can you work off of it?
54.
It's over adjusted.
Bradley requires
again,
120.
offering up more opportunities. He's missed 13 darts at a double here, Adam Hunt. Still averaging 85.5. He's had 10 scores of a ton or more.
$40. Adam require 18.
Double 4 to win it.
Game.
And
Shot.
Adam
And
Hunt
the match,
seals
Adam
victory
Hunt.
against Bradley Ruse 4-1. And the Hunter is off and running in Group A. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Neil Duff against Marvin van Velzen.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And the good news is you can plan your trip in advance. The tickets are every single week in Series 4 is now available via dartshop.tv. If you fancy a weekend down here in Portsmouth, well, before the break, we saw Adam Hunt pick up victory against Bradley Rose by 4-1. That's the conclusion now, the third round of fixtures. It means in terms of the table, Adam Hunt picking up his first victory. The Hunter looking to chase down the three above him. Niall Cullerton at the top, having won all three of his matches. Next up, it sees Neil Duff take on Marvin Van Velzen. Duff can join Cullerton on 6 points of a win, whilst Van Velzen is going to join that pack on 4. Watching this one then in the commentary box, it's Phil and Chris.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone, to this Group A action here on Monday afternoon. Neil Duff, 50 from Ballyclare, using a 23-gram Red Dragon dart. It's Marvin Van Velzen, 22 and 25-gram Bulls dart.
First leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Neil, 2-5 favourite for this one, 7-4. Marvin Van Velzen.
83.
I'm looking at performance levels so far. I think Neil Duff would just have a little bit too much.
25.
He'll be keen to join Cullerton on 6 points for the win.
100.
Yeah, I just want him to give something to think about when he goes up on that stage and say, I'm level with you now.
Yeah.
85.
Neil Duff maybe still smarting from that defeat to Cullerton after having 7 match darts.
52.
They sting.
Yeah, you can forgive the odd one or maybe 2, but when you get 7, it leaves you smarting.
3 complete visits to the board is
Yeah.
1 or 2 at the end of combinations. You can take them or leave them.
59.
And Bowser's just taking his foot off of Neil Duff's throat there. It could have been so much better against the darts.
43. Marvin, you require 132.
Not sure whether that was a dart at the 18 or a deflected dart going for the treble 20.
67.
Not the kind of opening leg Neil Duff would have been expecting.
135.
Teed up
Marvin, you
tops
require
if he's back.
65.
But Van Velzen 65 for a break. 15. 1 dart at tops for 1-0.
Game shot of the first leg. Marvin
That's something we
Van
didn't
Velzen.
see in his last game from Van Velzen, but this time the doubling is there.
Second leg, Marvin to throw first.
18 dart breaker
on.
throw. The 2 treble visits just came a little bit late in the leg for Neil Duff.
180.
Fancies it, doesn't he?
Where does this come from?
Like the fact he's giving it as well.
60.
Get a little bit of the shoulder barge.
30.
On his last 2 matches, last time out he averaged 70. Game before that, averaged 68.
100.
Neil Duff, though, been there, seen it, or no. Just keep doing my thing. It will come.
Yep. Wait for my opportunities. And this time, try and take them.
The perfect first start.
Wasn't a bad second and third.
One of those ones you just knew as soon as you saw it. It's almost warm up, Danny. Come on.
85. Nearly require 161.
You fancied that one. You tell by the little smirk you thought.
Marvin, you require 150.
Yeah, it was inviting him in.
45. Nearly require 24.
Double 12 to break straight back for the Duff man.
Shot on the second leg, Neil
Level,
Duff.
one apiece, 13 dart, breaker throw. And look, when Neil Duff gets it right, there is a difference in class between these two.
Third leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Can be said, a difference in class to the majority of the field.
135.
The real high-level stuff so far today has come from Neil Duff.
45. 85.
I think he enjoyed having his throw broken in that opener. He's woken up now. He's put
50.
Nearly 20 points on that average.
$140.
Yeah, starting to go through the gears.
Just using the darts as markers so much better than he was earlier on in the day.
35. Nearly require 141.
Treble 19.
Keeps threatening, doesn't he, with one of these big outs?
121.
One of them's going to go shortly.
Well, that was a 121 out, but he wanted 141.
41. Nearly require 20.
The back-to-back 13s.
Game shot on the third leg, Neil
In she
Duff.
goes.
We've renamed the 1-2-1. It's now the Clayton.
Fourth leg, Marvin to throw first. Game on.
But you have to hit point left. You can't not put the point in.
Yeah, you got to know where the camera is.
135.
Don't worry. Those four on Thursday night will know where the camera is.
100.
I know where the trophy is because one of them is going to be lifting it at the moment.
100.
Oh, the way Clayton played yesterday, he's going to be going in to Thursday night very confident. But right now, Gezi Price is on fire.
60.
MBG carrying a bit of a shoulder, well, a bit of just a muscular problem, isn't it, in the rotator. And I mean, he chose to play the weekend, and in spells and in patches, he was blistering. But there's obviously an ongoing issue there. And then Michael Smith,
85.
write him off at your peril.
Agreed, but there's one stat I can't get my head round, and we only looked, I think, back 7 years. It might be longer than that.
85.
6 out of the last 7 winners have all come from semi-final number 1.
Wow.
The only anomaly,
60.
Michael Van Gogh.
104.
Standard. Double 10.
94.
But a much better leg here for Marvin in this one.
Yeah, there's
60.
a potential there for
Marvin, you require
a
10.
15 darter. Should be able to use that. Oh, wow.
It's a flyer.
No score.
Totally overpitched.
Neil, you require 136.
Neil Duff's thinking, where have those 13 darters gone?
Marvin, you require 10.
Had a pair of them, and they just disappeared.
Game
That's better. That's what he tried to do the visit before. This time, Marvin van Velzen does level up 2 apiece.
Yeah, the difference
Just like
in
Neil
quality in
to
the winning
Game
legs is vast. 18 and 20, the 2 winning legs for Marvin. 13 and 13, the 2 in the middle for this man. And there's another great 60 all over the lipstick. He's just hanging in there.
100.
You're just annoying Neil Duff at the moment.
40.
And what you can do is fall into that trap of just trying that little bit too hard, just to get rid of his opponent.
60.
Saw Noel Cullerton's case earlier. It looks as if Marvin's got a suitcase on that table.
140.
That's the new Peter Wright one-match case.
That's checking luggage when you go to the airport.
95.
Well, good to see Peter as well return to winning ways at the
57.
Euro Tour.
Yeah, very good.
Played some nice stuff, didn't he?
Yeah.
And sticking with the
59.
darts.
Look at the size of that.
Wowzers. What's in it? And that case underneath is the actual one that he carries the darts in.
100.
When you go in, it says, do you want a 15-kilogram case or a 23-kilogram?
45. Neil, you require 104.
To re-establish a lead. Double 12. Likes it over here.
Game
Brilliant from Neil Duff. 104 finish for an 18-dart holder throw. He leads again. I was going to ask you, because the 104 is a very split opinion on finishes, where we're seeing more and more people go the 16 route. Where are you on this one?
Well, I prefer. I don't like any double. But
125.
when I was about tops, then yeah, I wouldn't mind it. When I was about double 16, it'd be 18s.
140.
I mean, obviously the safe route is the 16s,
60.
but if you're meant to be a professional dart player, then you know, surely you can hit at least a 20.
I'll just go for the ball first and see what's left. Cover all bases then.
3.
But if you're a beginner thrower, the 16s is the safest route because either side you've got that option. You're not
50.
going to end up on a bogey after one dart.
$100.
Neil Duff slightly in front here on the Marvin throw.
Not anymore.
120.
It's just been evaporated.
Some
94.
dart.
Marvin, you require 100.
Certainly the easier the finish of the two. One needs 2 trebles in the combination. Duff's only requires the 1.
105. Neil, you
Set
require
up well though. He's left
124.
double 18 if he gets a go. Bullseye to win it in style.
99.
And you could see by his reaction, he fancied that one when it left the hand.
And he's one.
$18.
Well, he's won 2 of his 4 matches
Neil, you require
so far,
25.
Neil Duff. This is for a 3rd, and he's had darts in. He's had at least darts now in all of his matches to win them. This time, doesn't falter, gets the job done full 2, an average of 90.49. 3-1 falters in there, a 1-180, a ton plus out, and the finishing, that's the difference. When Duff is on his doubles, he wins matches 4 out of 5, 80% by far. the best ratio we've seen today. Right, when we come back after the break, Bradley Rose back in action against table-topping Niall Cullerton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Neil Duff put in a really good performance to get the better of Marvin van Velzen by 4 legs to 2. Average of 90.5. Ton plus checker en route, 4 out of 5 when it came to the doubles. Right, next up for us, it's Bradley Rose in action up against Niall Cullerton. Cullerton looking to keep up that 100% record. Watching this one, Phil and Chris.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone. Neil Duff has applied the pressure to Niall Cullerton. How can he respond?
Yeah, he's just asked him a little question. As Niall Cullerton starts his 4th match of the day. Still on top because of that massive leg difference over Neil Duff, but both on 6 points. Cullerton +9 with this game in hand. Neil Duff, 6 points +5. Now, you've had the investigation party out, haven't you, Barzy, regarding that 070 on the back of his collar?
Correct, and as soon as we said it, the messenger blew up, and thank you very much to Matilda and John. It's the area code of where he lives.
Den Haag.
140. 100. 134. 123.
'Bradley's first start has looked better at the start of this game than it has towards the end. But that bounce out could be huge because it's left a bogey number.
Yeah, well, both have given enough vulnerabilities where both will fancy winning this match.
22.
Yeah.
They went 5 to 6, each of 2, yet it's a top of the table clash against
58.
bottom.
Not really seen the scoring power from Niall that we've seen
80.
last time out.
Bradley Roy,
But
108.
Bradley's got 6 darts to get rid of 108.
Well, when he really needed it, he produced that. I mean, he dodged a bullet 7 more, dodged more. He dodged a whole magazine of bullets against
48.
Neil Duff, but then went out in 14 in the deciding leg. And back to the
77.
silver darts.
Bradley requires 60.
The gold ones, despite winning with them, have been left in the case. As Bradley finds the double 10.
Rose.
Holds throw.
Yeah, 18 darts. That should settle him down.
Second leg Niall to throw first. Game on. $43.
Neil Duff will like what he's seeing in the practice room from Niall Cullerton here.
$59.
And we've got another dart change. Now we've got the natural tungsten ones out.
85.
Yeah, the ones with like a blue haze on them have been left in the practice room.
The gold ones in the bin.
140.
Just a black coated one to go. I think that's
41.
That's the full set.
the repertoire.
$162. $140. Bradley require 140.
Great shot there of the way Niall's darts sitting in the board. However, his throw is under the cosh here. Bradley going the Rob Cross way.
$84. $100.
Applied a little bit of
Bradley
pressure on this
require
56. Looked comfortable enough in leg 1 on the outer ring. Will that continue?
That's dragged.
Game shot on
But the
second
recovery
leg,
dart is very
Bradley
good,
Rose.
Mace, because when you throw a duff one like that at top, sometimes it can play on your mind, but the recovery was very good.
He was similar on the
Third leg Bradley to throw
double
first.
10
Game on.
in leg 1. So, not surprised.
$40.
That was a breaker throw, but instantly offers up the opportunity to break back to Niall at the start of leg
66.
3. But oh,
You'll be disappointed the way the first dart landed.
it looked made for a max for him.
$100.
Group A is certainly twisting and turning here
85.
on our first session of the week. A
56.
win for Bradley here would certainly congest the table with them all having something to play for.
Yeah. And it'll certainly
140.
raise the eyebrows of Neil Duff if Bradley can turn this lead into a win.
92.
Cullerton needs a treble.
60.
Can't find one.
$60.
Dis-
Now you require
disappointing from Bradley there.
150.
Yeah. He's after a Whitlock.
Oh, West, well, they're all at it.
Yeah.
Bradley require 150.
Simon played well the weekend.
Yeah, that race for the match play is getting interesting, that is for sure.
$59.
Touch on that in a second, but can Cullerton half the gap? Yes, he can. Break back, 16 dart leg from Niall Cullerton. And he is back in this one. Yeah, back to the match play. It was a disastrous weekend for Raymond van Barneveld.
Yeah.
No money, and now his place in the match play is getting a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, it's a little twitchy, isn't it? Yeah, he went out first round on
both days.
Both days, didn't he?
$100. $58.
Yeah, he's just holding on to that 16th spot, isn't he, Barney?
Being chased by Simon Whitlock.
Yeah, it was only, what was he,
60.
1,250 behind?
Yeah. Not much at all.
45.
I would expect
57.
Niall Cullerton to start downstairs here.
My pick at the beginning of the year to get in the match play and
95.
climb the rankings. Mike De Decker continues to impress.
Yeah, played fabulous at the weekend.
$125.
Niall Cullerton now has 6 starts to get rid of 208 because Bradley Roos has left a bogey number.
121.
I'd be disappointed with dart 3 there. But nailed on for a max to leave double 14. As it is, he's going to have to come back
42.
and take
Now
out
you
87,
require
but
87.
another poor visit will make this a little bit more comfortable than it could have been. Double 18 for a bit of Desmond, and it is
On the fourth leg,
2-2.
Niall Cullerton.
Good response this from Niall.
Yeah, slow start, found himself 2-0
Fifth leg
behind.
Bradley to throw
But
first.
in the blink of an eye,
Game on.
he's back level.
$46. $85.
It's a big last start there from Niall Cullerton. Bradley's just dropped off here. First couple of legs, the average was well over the 90 mark. It's plummeted.
58.
now below 80.
Yeah, and we're seeing visible frustration from him. He's frustrated with himself, his game at the moment.
58.
Well, he'll be feeling the pressure of currently being pointless. You know, you just don't want to be there. You don't want to be at the foot of the table. But more importantly, you don't want to be that player that doesn't win a game.
59.
Yeah, because they'll let you know in that practice room.
Oh, yeah. The odd little snidey reminder will be
95.
being chipped in. Listen, he's an 18-year-old kid. It's a lot to deal with, isn't it?
Yeah.
39.
263 for Cullerton.
$95.
Another counting error, but
He's just giving himself the old smack on the forehead as well there.
97.
twice he's done that on exactly the same score.
$140.
Well, that puts that right.
Give yourself a telling off more often, Niall.
55. Now you require 28.
Double 14 for 3 on the spin. And the lead for the first time.
Game shot on the fifth
Second
leg,
dart.
Niall
Julie
Cullerton.
obliges. Niall Cullerton breaks. And is in front. Neil Duff now won't like it.
No.
Six leg Niall to throw first.
No, he would be. He won't be surprised though.
$138.
And again, a match that has not been extended to more than a sixth visit to the board. All the legs won in 18 darts or fewer. That's surprisingly, our first max
100
of the match.
Yeah, and that's something that Niall Cullerton hasn't got going yet, because when we've seen him here before, he is a prolific max hitter.
46.
Well over 100.
32.
Well, again, trying to be too cute.
97.
Dragged one into the fives.
95.
That was a drag as well.
Yeah, corrects well though.
Yeah. But this 136 is going to be under some
98.
pressure.
Now you require 136.
2 treble 20s. Nope. Now can come for 19s. Single 19 leaves tops.
96.
To
Bradley
stay in the match
require
and
80.
keep his hopes alive of picking up his first win. Treble 20. Yes, double 10.
Can he get past that one?
Game shot on the
The
sixth
answer
leg,
is yes.
Bradley Rose.
And we see what it means to the young man. Big fist pump there into the camera. Breaks straight back, and he will have the darts in the decider.
Yeah, 180 in the
Seventh
leg,
and
a
final leg,
15
Bradley
dart
to
breaker
throw
throw, the
first.
80 checkout,
Game on.
whilst his opponent was poised on tops to win it 4-2. There was a lot to be pleased with there.
56.
It's a perfect first dart for Niall Cullerton, but can't follow it.
100.
He'll be disappointed. That's only a ton.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking back over that match play race, am I right in thinking Steve Beaton's been an ever-present since 98?
134.
Has he missed 1 year?
I can have a look now.
Because incredibly, we were thinking, or we had a
92.
discussion in one of our sort of bi-monthly sit-downs, and we were concerned towards the back end of last year that he was gonna miss out on actually keeping a tour card.
140.
No, he's missed the last couple, to be
Yeah.
fair.
I know he had an incredibly long
60.
run since making debut. That he seemed to qualify every year for a long time.
Bradley Ruse has got a huge opportunity here.
43.
Cullerton needs to fill this up. Needs another.
90.
Not that one, though.
Well, it was 3
Bradley
trebles, 2 of them,
128.
unfortunately, and even worse, he's left himself on 159. $18.
He did have a quick glance at the ball, though, didn't he? It did cross his mind.
That would be brave and stupid.
All of the above.
99.
Where it says, please tick as many boxes as applicable.
Bradley requires
Here's his
32.
moment to get on the board and pick up his first win of the day. And he
Game
finds
shot
the double
and the
16,
match
completes the
for
job,
Edlow.
picks up his first win, and inflicts the first defeat for Niall Cullerton. Oh, an average of 82.15, 86.92 in defeat for Niall Cullerton. Good finishing from both, but it is Bradley who picks up his first 2 points. When we come back, it's Stuart White up against Adam Hunt.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Bradley Rose get the better of Niall Cullerton by 4 legs to 3 to secure his first victory of the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's have a quick check and see what that does then in terms of the league standings. Here we are. Niall Cullerton then, that's his first defeat of the campaign. And that means now every single player is on the board when it comes to the Group A table. One more game to round off the 4th cycle of fixtures. It sees Stuart White in action. He takes on Adam Hunt. And watching this one in the commentary box, here's Chris and Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone, here to this Monday Group A action here on Sporty Stuff TV and our YouTube channel. Nice. Adam Hunt looked a lot better in his last game.
Yeah, and he'll take a lot of confidence from that performance. And listen, he's got 2 matches to go, wins them both. Could find himself at the end of today's session on 6 points, and right in the mix at the right end of the table. Stuart White, he's picked up a couple of wins today, so he'll have the same kind of mindset. This is the final game of the 4th cycle of matches. So all the players
First leg,
after
Stuart
this
to
one,
throw
with
first.
one more to play.
Game on.
But for these two, there's 4 points up for grabs. And yeah, it was a much better
41.
performance. There was some dodgy moments on the doubles for Adam. He ended up averaging 83.22 at 3 180s. And an average of 83.22 with 14 missed starts at doubles.
Yeah, I just think his scoring power may get him out of trouble in this game.
Well, two players today have
59.
hit 3 180s in a single match, and they're both playing each other in this one. Stuart White did it against Bradley Rose in a 4-3 win in match number 6. Last time out, Adam himself hit 3 180s.
Not used the markers so far.
$59.
I don't think I can recall doing a session with so many missed starts at doubles.
No, especially early on, there was a lot of nerves floating around.
Yeah, you could not only see it, you could almost feel it. Just very, very edgy start.
Yeah, three debutants that don't know the building, the environment.
95.
Yeah, all new to them. And there'll be new players to the other players as well. They won't know anything about them. And when you're playing a player you've not seen play or you've never faced before, there's always the unexpected that you're unaware of.
Yeah, you're kind of feeling them out in the practice room and everything like that.
$102.
I just want to apply a little bit of pressure because this 27 is no foregone conclusion.
No, it's no gimme, especially if you don't find the big single, which he's not done. That double 11's seen some action today.
Normally the double 11 just there, minding his own business.
No score.
On 5, he went 3 for double 1.
100.
Yeah, double 11s. What's going on? Oh.
Another one of them. It's in, Adam. Don't worry.
Well, that's how much of the double he can see. He's throwing that purely on feel.
Yeah, just guiding it over the top.
27.
He knows the weight of where the double is, and that's exactly what he's done. That's why he had to look to see if it was in.
Game shown the first
That
leg.
is certainly in. And it's a 24-dart hold.
Second leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
Don't forget, if you are an aspiring player or you fancy your chances, everybody is open and free to qualify here at the MODUS Super Series. All you have to do is head over to ADC, the Amateur Dart Circuit, on all the social medias, on Darts Atlas, and all the information is there. The only players who can't play in it is the 128 tour card holders. Everybody else has the same opportunities as everybody else. Hello.
Hold your horses, Mace. Hold your horses. We'll come back to that shortly.
Come on then, Adam. No teasing. Just get it done.
He was very undecided there whether to go up or down. No clear plan.
79.
For a minute, I thought he was going the Lobo way. 51, 54, 36.
I do like the Gezi way, though, of getting rid of the 57 first.
He goes 57, 48, doesn't he?
No, 57, 60, 24, because it's down, up, across instead of up, down, up.
Yeah, I don't mind the 57 and then the small adjustment to the 48, I suppose. But
77. Adam, you require 32. Game shown.
Listen, I'm not going to be critical of any way that Gezi goes out. Or any route he wants to go.
Third leg short.
Adam Hunt teased the 9, but it ended up being a 13 dart hold or throw. Classy leg from the Hunter.
41.
Good afternoon to John O'Shea as well, someone that's played here in the Super Series, watching along at home.
80.
We miss you, John.
100.
The Holy Communion went well at the weekend.
Adam Hunt is forging an opportunity here
85.
on the white darts. Another one of them.
140.
Yeah, that really does pile the pressure on White. 75 behind in a leg that he started. Minus these, of course. But he's not going to put a hole in it.
22.
Yeah, Hunt taking charge of this game.
$96.
Leaves 1, 2, 4. And has time on his side.
39. Adam Iroquois 124.
They didn't need to go 54 on ball.
60.
No, he was just trying to keep it simple. But he still left himself a bit to do. May only get one dart at a double off the combination.
41. Adam Iroquois 64.
Although there's absolutely no pressure now.
Tops for a break.
44.
Stuart Wise just lost.
120.
Every now and again, he just seems to lose the timing, doesn't he?
Yeah,
And then
it's just
that. I mean, that could be something to do on the back of obviously suffering with the yips.
No score.
and then a leg he was never in.
Which requires 68.
All of a sudden,
Yeah, that 125 has given him half a hope. Oh, he's found a 60. This will be a leg that will leave Adam Hunt scratching his head.
Game
Wow.
from the third leg, Stuart White.
it's a funny old game, isn't it, Mace? A leg that he was never in, he ends up winning.
Fourth leg, Adam to throw first.
Watching that is the
Game
reason
on.
why I prefer sitting here now, Phil.
As a player, it drives you insane.
Yeah.
45.
That's what I say to some of my mates that aren't huge dart fans. If they're watching it, and it's Gary, Michael, Gazzy, I say, I promise you, it's not as easy as what they're looking.
No, that's not the reality of the sport.
78.
And they're smashing treble 20s as if they're going out of fashion.
60.
Yeah, I watch Luke Humphries sometimes, and it just looks just so effortless, and he just plows them in.
130.
It's almost as if they're remote control darts, isn't it?
Computer darts, isn't it? It's AI.
59.
Because the modern player is so much quicker than really in my day, that it just looks so much more flamboyant as well.
85.
You watch Luke and Michael, or Michael and Gezi, and they're just trading maxes. It's done at such a pace.
59.
One of my all-time favourite games is still that final from Dubai.
Oh,
Gary and Michael, where they've averaged
outside.
111 each over 21 legs.
Yeah.
100.
That match between Gary and Rob Cross was a bit special, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Similar ilk.
100.
But
Sure to require
the fact
101.
that they were playing outside in Dubai was just ridiculous in that heat. And both at their absolute pomp then as well, weren't they?
49.
Both right at the top of their game.
Yeah, two of the
58.
all-time greats.
Oh,
Sure to require
Absolutely.
52.
two top 5 of all time.
100% for me.
46. Adam, you require 120.
Stuart White has missed darts to break the Adam Hunt throw here. And this game has completely spun around.
Well, the only leg Adam Hunt has won, he was
45.
on that 9.
Sure to require
It all
6.
turned on leg 3, didn't it? Where he had all the time in the world and ended up losing.
Maybe he's going to hand that
No score.
leg back.
Adam, you
On
require
leg 3 in
75.
leg 4.
18 for tops. It's going to get a dart at tops to level it up.
55.
Drags low.
Stuart requires 6.
This time he chose to split. Will it be a good decision?
Game shot
Yes,
number
is the
5,
answer, Mace.
Stuart White.
Well, the 3 legs he has won now, and that one was a breaker throw, have all been in 24 darts.
Fifth leg, Stuart to throw first.
Yeah, answers
Game
on
on.
the postcard. This is not one that Adam will want to watch back.
$60.
Looks a little bit frustrated, Adam Hunt.
$27. $55.
Not really been punished as of yet. I say as of yet. That's better from
140.
Adam Hunt.
Well, in the scoring phase, 2 scores of between a ton and 139, 2 140s and 2 180s. And he's 3-1 down. Stuart White, 6 tons.
55.
Yeah, it's that 1 from 7 is the issue.
Yep. And
60.
the psychological effect of that leg 3.
Yeah, completely.
$85.
Adam Hunt will still believe there is 2 points on offer here.
Well, yeah, he's not playing against someone that's sort of averaging in the late 80s, mid 90s. It's he's not even got to find anything
81.
particularly massive in terms of improvement in his scoring. He just needs to take care of the end of legs.
There's 6 darts at this 212.
100.
Seen a lot of bogey numbers left today.
That's a super setup,
133.
though.
Adam require 112.
Credit where it's due.
All of a sudden, this 112 has to go. And he's not going to get a dart. And that
27.
second dart is wild from Adam Hunt.
Stuart requires
As Stuart White
32.
looks at 32 for a 4-1 victory.
Game.
Only
shot,
needs the
and
one.
match,
Stuart White with his best leg of the match seals the point against Adam Hunt. Very out of sorts, Adam Hunt, in this game, but Stuart White won't care one bit. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Bradley Roos against Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's turning out it's going to be all white on the night for Stuart White as he gets the better of Adam Hunt by 4 legs to 1. That means every player's now played 4 matches in the league table. This is how things shape up. It's 2 points for Adam Hunt. They're down at the bottom. Stuart White now on 6 alongside Neil Duff and Niall Cullerton, respectively. So 2 leagues kind of developing now at the top of Group A, although that could change here as Neil Duff takes on Bradley Roos. Watching this one, it's Chris and Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone, as we enter the final round of fixtures, Mace, with everything on the line as the players battle it out for position in Group A.
Yeah, it's sort of that point where you just want to end the day on a bit of a high, so you come into tomorrow with a bit of PMA, positive mental attitude. Bradley, no doubt, buoyed from picking up a win last time out, his first win of the day.
Game
Neil
on.
Duff also winning last time out against Marvin. 4-2 with a 90.49 average, 80% on the doubles, 104 out.
59.
180, the usual dollop of 140s.
100.
Yeah, fascinating little tie. They actually went 5-6 each of 2.
139.
Yeah, and that win may just spark Bradley into life 55. And just give him the confidence to perform.
Yeah, well, the pressure will come off a little bit, and you just feel a bit better about himself.
59.
Now Duff can't find the range at the moment.
45.
And Bradley Roos in control of leg 1 on his own darts at the moment.
$137.
Down to 107 after 12.
35. Bradley, you require 107. 47.
Leaves 60. Neil Duff 266. All he can do is apply pressure, and there's not going to be that much of it.
96.
Leaves the
Bradley,
fish.
you require 60. 40. Neil, you require 170.
Big surprise of the day for you, seeing Adam Hunt down at the
Oh,
foot of
absolutely.
the table.
Absolutely.
59.
I wouldn't have said he was the
Bradley,
favourite for the group, but he was
20.
certainly in that cluster of three players. So to see him marooned at the bottom of the table at the moment is a surprise. Looking at it, I thought it was a very
Neil, you require 111.
split group where the top three all had pedigree and the bottom three making debuts was always going to be difficult for them.
Agreed. Especially on day one.
Yeah, tomorrow and Wednesday is a different story, but coming here today, not
Bradley,
knowing
you
anything,
require
I
10.
thought it was a very interesting group and mix that I expected
Game
the
from
three
first leg, Bradley
in
Rose.
Duff, Hunt and Cullerton all to shine.
Yeah, well, they're the ones
Second leg, Neil
not
to
coming in
throw first.
blind.
Game on.
They've already had success and they understand the format, the preparation.
95.
The newbies would have come in with a fair bit of anxiety and nerves and that unexpected.
57.
And it takes time to settle.
$85.
Flyer on dart number 3 from Neil Duff.
$123.
Bradley Rose's darts are definitely sitting at a much better angle since that win. Confidence is a brilliant thing.
95.
Well, Neil Duff, if he can get the win here, he'll go on to 8 points, and he will only be joined by one other person overnight at the top of the table, because Cullerton and
60.
White, currently both on 6 points, face each other in our final match of the session.
Yeah, and by previous number crunching,
100.
24 points will normally see you winning Group A quite comfortably,
Yep.
but we have seen it as low as 20. So if you're somewhere in that bracket, you're going to be in the mix come Wednesday for the Group A title.
Yeah.
Neil, you require 126.
Didn't need to go the 19s route.
86.
Although I can handily see Adam Hunt getting on a bit of a run tomorrow. He still has one more game to play against Marvin, and if he does have aspirations of
140.
winning this group,
Neil, you
that's
require 40.
even this early for me. That's a must-win game, because I
From the
think
second leg,
if he
Neil Duff.
ends up with back-to-back defeats and is at the foot of the table, it's what it does to you overnight.
Third leg,
It's that
Bradley
thinking
to
time.
throw first.
Yeah, Neil Duff
Game on.
levels it up, one apiece. Much better leg from the Duff man, 16 dart hold. And
97.
again, that's another theme that we've seen so far today, Mace. The three that we talk about, when they've got it right, they have produced the classier moments.
Yeah.
But when they're off,
60.
the others have made them scrap and made them work.
Yeah, they've allowed themselves to get embroiled in long-winded and low-quality games.
Oh, completely.
Well, now if that point is touching,
120.
no, it wasn't touching. No question from Bradley, so he must have
39.
also seen that it wasn't touching.
Player reaction says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They know.
Again, another real poor start to the leg for Neil. This will This will begin to really irritate him.
140.
6 darts thrown, 99 scored.
Yeah, he's producing it on his own
95.
darts. But
Bradley require
to win it, he's going to have to find
144.
something on the Roos throw.
$77. $83. Bradley requires 67. Game shown the third leg, Bradley Rose.
As Bradley Roos does hold to lead 2-1, 3 legs in,
Fourth
3
leg,
holds of
Neil
throw,
to
and they've all
Rovers.
been comfortable.
Game on.
That one, the best leg of the match, 15 dart leg for the young Dutchman.
Yep, solid enough start to the match from Bradley, averaging mid-80s.
85.
Six scores of a ton or more for Bradley. Just 2 tons for Neil Duff so far.
58.
See,
100.
if he was playing well, that would have been a 180 the way that first dart was
So
set
much,
up.
yeah, so much room to the right. Look how far his darts go over to the right.
There's a massive kick in them, isn't there?
100.
Then the last one straightened up.
Yeah, maybe just rotating the hand on release.
60.
Yeah, some players like to almost rake their fingers across them to make them spin through the air.
What
an angle.
Beautiful shot of a beautiful shot.
Yeah. Neil Duff is in trouble now.
59.
Wants a treble, needs a treble.
41.
That almost undoes the 180.
Yep. It does now.
85.
I thought he might have gone down on that
Bradley
last one.
Require 122.
Well, there's a case for coming down for the treble 17. And you let the thing go and you leave a straight ton, a 2-darter. Could have gone down for the treble 19, of course, but I know what I'd rather be going at.
52.
Yeah, look,
Nearly require 100.
the sport is all about percentages and giving yourself the best percentage to win a leg.
36.
In a numbers game, you have to play it.
Bradley
Absolutely.
requires 70. $45.
To only get a dart at a ball
Nearly
from
requires
70, it's
76.
sloppy.
Yeah, it's... Oh, that's a bit tidier. So's
Game
that.
shown on the fourth leg, Neil Duff.
It didn't look like he was going to win that leg at any point, really, throughout it.
We've seen a few of them today that they haven't been in
Fifth leg,
legs
Bradley
and
to
all of a
throw
sudden
first.
one poor visit
Game
from
on.
your opponent and you're in. When Bradley Roos hit that 180,
Well, there was nine troubleless darts, wasn't there, for Bradley? That's what
97.
caused him the issue.
yeah, the 180 was majestic and then absolutely nothing to follow it up and it's ended up costing him a potential 3-1 lead and we're now tied at 2 apiece.
57.
He hit a 180 and then 137 in total in his next 9.
That sounds like me. Just minus the 180.
58. $41.
Roos is in front on his darts here. Neil Duff not making any headway on the young man's throw.
100.
It's a better first start, though, from Duff.
100.
Disappointing, only a ton from that position. Now Bradley needs a treble
100.
and finds.
Well, it should be starting down. No, if he fills it, it's a bonus. And he does fill it.
It's a great angle as well for that last dart entering.
146.
Well, it's changed the look of the leg all of a sudden.
43. Neil, you require 132.
Again, just overcomplicating things.
Not a very good lip reader, but I don't think he was happy with that dart.
50. Bradley require 103.
Good luck repeating it.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Brilliant
Bradley
103
Rose.
finish from Bradley Roos. And again, that's come from kind of nowhere. He hasn't threatened anything along those lines.
Like Neil to
Two legs in a row. It's been
Game
two
on.
unlikely holds.
Yeah, it's certainly took me by
100.
surprise. And Neil's finishing 2 out of 3 at the moment, but he just hasn't got his scoring
50.
boots to go with the finishing.
It's all right being a finisher, but if you're not getting a finish, then it's irrelevant.
Exactly.
140.
It's like in the old T20 cricket. If you've got a finisher or a punisher at the end, it doesn't matter if you don't give them a chance to get there.
59.
Adam Hunt against Marvin van Velzen up next, and then our final match, Niall Cullerton against Stuart White.
121.
Follow that.
Are we taking bets on what set of darts Niall's going to use in the last one?
96. Neil, you require
got to play with the black ones, hasn't he?
140.
If he doesn't have black ones with him, I got a Sharpie pen here. Oh, hello.
120.
I'm still quite surprised he's gone that way with dart one where it was, though.
I think he's just looking for,
A spark.
yeah, just something to
100.
give
Neil
him
requires
some
20.
positivity and just a release.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Neil Duff.
That's a 13 darter, best leg of the match. And takes us all the way.
Seventh and final leg. Bradley.
Neil will just
to
be thinking,
throw
that
first.
I am the better player.
Game on.
I've got more in my locker. Just hook it up for the next few visits.
$140.
Bradley Roos has made a fabulous start to this leg, piling the pressure back onto Neil Duff.
45.
He's not up to it.
No, he's just not been able to find that key leg on the Bradley throw. Oh, that's
140.
a super follow-up. Back-to-back 140s in a deciding leg. Day
100.
looks likely to end with frustration for Neil.
Yeah, he'll feel that that points tally should be better.
Although winning 3 from
80.
5 will be acceptable for him.
Yeah, it's one of those ones acceptable with a little asterisk next to it saying should have been more.
Yeah.
95. Bradley require 141. $100.
Roos should get 2 match darts next visit. I say should because funnier things have happened.
Especially
60.
today.
Bradley requires
Brave man
41.
predicting anything today.
Oh, the old treble 9 route, Mace.
Yeah, not what I'm familiar with.
Board management here.
Yeah, I'd bin this off.
37.
I don't think that's the best tonic.
I don't think I want to find myself on double one if you go inside, that's for sure, in a 7th leg decider.
It's not just that, it's if you block it as well, because your darts stand up to attention, trying to fire away around it. I think his board management is slightly off there. We'll pin it first dart now and say, what do we know?
Of course.
That's the exact dart I was talking about. Good luck finding this.
2.
Again, slightly, I think he has to move across and open up the angle.
Yeah, it's just made a situation 10 times harder than it needed to have been.
Treble 19. Can't find it.
53.
So Bradley Roos gets another lifeline. He's made a mess of this one, but can put it all right in this visit. Madhouse for Roos. Can you work off of that? Yes, is the answer. Bradley Roos defeats Neil Duff 4-3. He made a little bit of a mess. A little bit too much hard work in that final leg, but it is the points in the bag. 80.82 average for Roos as he seals the deal. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Adam Hunt against Marvin van Velsen.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Bradley Rose get the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 3 in a decider. Next up for us is a final game of the day for Adam Hunt and Marvin van Velsen, being watched by Phil and Chris.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, our penultimate match of the session. It's been a tough old session, it has to be said, for all of the players. No more so, including these two, are both with 1 win apiece. One of them will join Bradley on 4 points. And our final match will be all about the top of the table. Fullerton on 6 points takes on White on 6 points.
Yeah, and Adam Hunt needs to bounce back. He was disappointing last time out.
Yeah, he'd have been devastated with that.
140.
But I've liked the cut of his cloth. I've liked his attitude. He's not got himself bogged down and overly frustrated. He's just been grafting.
Yeah, not once have we seen any petulance or handshaking, head nodding from him. It's just like, we go again.
Yeah, my head would have fallen off by now.
100. $84.
I know we often talk about it, but a few of your games at the Lakeside are absolute must views for anyone that hasn't watched
95.
them. A couple of all-time classics in that.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to be involved in some great matches, but I had some incredible dance
85.
partners in Andy Fordham, God rest his soul, and Martin Adams. We had a
132. Adam, you're
real
150.
ding-dong battle up there.
That's up there, one of my favourite games of all time.
98. Marvin, you require 40.
So for an early break,
No score.
can't punish.
Adam, you require 52.
3 clear darts. Chasing tens.
Game shot
Finds the
first
top
leg,
corner.
Adam Hunt.
Top bins.
Top bins, yeah, it certainly was top bins. Ultimately, hold a throw after
Second leg,
3
Marvin
darts
to
at tops
throw first. Game on.
for Marvin.
190.
I know all 180s are good, but that one just aesthetically looked so good.
Yeah, some are most
60.
definitely better than others.
Oh, some just look scruffy and horrible.
44.
I know that people will go, yeah, but they're still the same amount of points.
Yeah, we're more from a visual point of view.
Yeah.
140. 132.
So his scoring phase here is very, very good for Marvin so far.
Yeah, he's
78.
found
Marvin, you're
a gear here that we've
145.
seen glimpses of, especially early on.
113.
Wow.
Oh, there's a talent there, without question.
Oh, for sure.
You don't play with Dirk and Jeffrey if you're not very good.
40.
No, you just won't get
Marvin,
in.
you require 32.
However, if his walk-on music's the
Game
same as
shot
Dirk, I'll take it all back.
Marvin Van Velzen.
Yeah, we're not having any of that.
Third leg Adam to throw first.
15 dart.
Game on.
Although Barry Van Piers is worse. I think that was possible.
Yeah.
140.
Jules Van Dongen in that mix as well. He's on that kind of thing as well.
Some of Damon Hetter's stuff's questionable as well.
59.
Although it's very clever. It gets the local crowds involved because it's a local song wherever he's playing, isn't it?
140.
What's he walking onto in Blackpool then?
Something by
44.
Joe Longthorne. He was from Blackpool, wasn't he? Wasn't Michael Ball from Blackpool?
57.
Possibly.
Probably still is. Don't know.
Of course, the World Match Play is on the horizon, Mace.
I know.
80.
Our
And
favourite
164.
week of the year.
Will he go for it?
Game
Oh, a little bit of
leg,
magic
Adam Hunt.
from Adam Hunt. We were looking at each other in the commentary box there. Is he going to go for it? Is he not? And he is.
Fourth leg Marvin
57,
to
57,
Ferocus.
ball, an absolute Brahma
Well,
from
we-
Adam Hunt.
We both had a smile on our face. We both knew he was going for it. Listen, when you're that far in
40.
front, and again, like we were talking of Neil Duff going for that 140. Some players just need a spark just to get that adrenaline flowing.
43.
That was a beauty.
I like the treble 19 route on 164.
60.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. Give me 2 darts at 2 open targets any day of the week.
$43. $125.
This whole match is being played at a nice canter.
It is. Suiting both players. Are you up to Blackpool on the Friday before?
Correct.
28.
That could be messy.
Normal Chinese.
Got to be done.
58.
Again, the 164 was majestic. However, it switched the radar off.
Yeah, you would think that would give him that lift. Just a massive boost in confidence, but
77.
not the case because he's gone right off the ball in this leg. Very much like leg 2.
$58. Marvin, you require 141.
Should. It's gone the John Lowe route.
85.
It's amazing, isn't it?
13.
Hunt's
Marvin,
gone
you
from
require
the
56.
sublime 10s for a level game.
46.
I mean, he's thrown 18 darts and still wants 290. This is bizarre.
And again, I know Marvin's only a young'un at this game, but again, board management there with Adam Hunt miles behind.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be anywhere near double 5.
This is why.
No score.
We've seen him do 164.
150.
We've seen him.
140. Marvin, you require 10.
Now, that was definitely frustration.
Game
This
shot of the
time
fourth leg, Marvin
gets
Van
the
Velden.
job done, and we see a little fist pump from Marvin there, 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, Adam to throw first. Game on. $58.
It's a 25 dart hold, but Adam Hunt will be so disappointed he wasn't anywhere near him to break.
95.
Yeah, and again, that's about managing a situation. You see it with a lot of players, but Adam's more experienced than either of the debutants here.
50.
So you'd think he would be aware that, look, I've just got to sit tight here and just even if I'm 85 tons 99s, there'll be enough.
44.
Yeah, don't need to chase 2 treble visits.
Absolutely not. I mean, players
140.
instinctively are just all out and not happy unless they're hitting 2 treble visits every time.
67.
Sometimes you just need to plod.
Yeah, that's when, as commentators and pundits, we say about attacking and defending. And people go, oh, you can't attack and defend in darts. Yes, you very much can.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Which is why we stress so much about a player having a B game. Because
59.
that B game is almost a default game which allows you an average around 90.
Yeah.
Which if
60.
anybody would have averaged 90 for the day today, they'd have won 5 out of 5. But as players, they'd instinctively think, well, 90 is not going to be enough.
60.
Which is where, look, James Wade has made a career
68.
of just doing his thing.
Being a reactive player, he beats what's put in front of him.
You don't need to win every leg.
Remember the
Game shot on the fifth leg.
the Worlds when he was going into a match against Michael Smith and everybody was absolutely writing him off, and because everybody was going, oh, he's only averaging 86 for the tournament. Me and you were absolutely staunch, and we said, trust me, If Michael Smith comes out and averages 100, so will he.
85.
And he pushed him all the way.
Yeah, it's the ultimate art of match play.
Yeah.
59.
How many times you see him halfway through a leg? I'm not going to win this one. It's on my opponent's throw. Switches off.
Yeah.
Prepares for the next one.
Yeah.
100.
And I'll have to have a look at that stat with James and see what is in his absolute pomp in terms of hold and throw. I don't think there was too many better, outside of Taylor and.
I know we spoke about it earlier about where players rank and whatever. James Wade's probably the only player that is in the conversation for all-time great lists that doesn't have a world title.
Yeah, agreed. Absolutely agreed.
180.
Talk of Mike Gregory in the same vein.
Done it once. He's not going to do it again. That 180 from Van Velzen.
Marvin, you require 51.
Favourite to level up.
Only giving himself one dart
31.
instead of two, and he's paid the price.
Adam, you require 100.
All about the first dart, this finish. I didn't think it was going to be there.
Neither did he.
40.
That's a disaster.
Marvin, you require 20. $10.
What a chance.
Adam, you require
It's
60.
just come and gone.
Will he be punished? Gets the 20.
20.
Can't
Marvin, you
convert the
require
opportunity.
10.
Two match darts have gone begging for Adam Hunt. Marvin Van Velzen looking at tens. He's hit this once in this match already. Needs it to send us all the way.
Game shown the six.
Last dart in hand.
Van Velzen.
Finds the target. And the way that dart's gone in, I think it's just nicked off the flight on the way through.
I'm pretty sure.
Seventh and final leg, Adam, to
Adam
throw
Hunt.
first. Game on.
Would have felt like that tops was going to go in. Although that's a great first.
That second dart looked very stuttery in the
100.
hand.
Not sure if he didn't quite have it in his grip like he would have wanted it. Incredibly,
83.
when I'm looking at the scoring phase of the match, Adam Hunt's hit nine scores of 140 or more, including the
125.
164 finish, of course. Marvin, he had to hit a 140 in the match. Is that two 180s? Cool, that was risky.
81.
Needs a treble.
60.
Not that one, though. It just opens the door a little bit with a big visit.
Well, even a ton sort of keeps him in touch.
45.
But
He's got a lot of Dirk's mannerisms as well, isn't he?
96.
I like.
yeah, everybody loves Dirk.
Oh, I'm fully in the Dirk for the Premier League campaign.
Just want to see a change to the Premier
44.
League.
Adam, you require 100.
They can't do that again, surely.
That's another show where we've got a couple of hours. Tops to win it.
Game.
Brilliant from Adam Hunt. Finds a 120 finish to win it 4-3 and end his day on a high. It's been disappointing for the Adam Hunt, who was the favourite beforehand, but ends the day with 2 points. Coming up after the break, our final game, we'll see Niall Cullerton taking on Stuart White.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Adam Hunt rounded off his campaign with a 4-3 victory against Marvin van Velzen. So, one final game for us to go here today. It sees Noel Cullerton in action up against Stuart White, and the victor of this one will be the player at the top going into day 2. Watching this one, Phil and Chris.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone, for our final game here in Group A this Monday afternoon. Noel Cullerton and Stuart White. Noel Cullerton looking to go 2 points clear at the top of the table, currently level with Neil Duff. And having a look, has he made an equipment change? It looked like he's stuck with the silver ones.
It'll be fascinating to see how this one plays out.
First leg, Niall to throw
I
first.
think for me,
Game on.
Niall's been just about the best player so far today. Can he cement my claim
95.
by being the overnight leader on top of the table?
Yeah, I'd go with that. I think he's been the best player of the day.
125. $140.
And he started this one.
Is he going to do a Gezi? Just pick it up and slam it in the red bit?
That's just standard. Gezi drops a darts, picks it up, treble 20.
Yeah.
81.
I love it when he does it on a max. Just casually picks it up and plonks it in.
58. $85.
208 after 9, just looking to set this up. Surprised he's not used that lie better.
100.
Like that one.
Yeah, got there eventually. A tidy enough start to the match from both.
140. Now you require
Stuart White just
108.
looks as if he's got a little bit more freedom to his throw at the start of this one.
80. Stuart
Just in
requires
case.
70.
Leaves double 14.
Chance of an early break.
Oh, this is awkward. Oh, does well there not to hit the flight.
Game
It's
show
a
the first
great
leg,
little pop
Stuart
finish.
White.
Yep.
From Stuart White, especially after the first dart went astray because it blocked a route to the big 18, found a way to navigate it, and then pins tops.
How many times have we seen that, Phil, where they just catch the flight and it'll either skew off into the 1 or end up in the 4?
Yeah, he's done very well there.
100.
And it goes back to the point we were making. He just looks like he's playing with a bit more freedom now.
Yeah, he looks comfortable. It doesn't look overawed. Like he said, he played on the tour,
140.
so he's well versed to playing darts at probably a better quality than what we've seen today.
26.
As he right on cue, it's 26. Thanks for that, pal. Give you the big build up.
100.
Yeah, played on the outside boards at the UK Open this year.
Yep.
$70.
Seems like a lifetime ago now.
No. Andrew Gilding
100.
winning that, of course.
Dragged very low.
40. Now you require 161.
161's not going to go,
85.
but leaves it handy. Noel Cullerton favourite to break straight back here. Still averaging 99 at this point.
42. Now you require 76.
So 76 for a level game. 16 for tops.
56.
Just underneath the wire. But we'll be back for double 10.
$71. Now you require 20.
Yeah, he went down to Owen Roloffs in that UK Open you mentioned. 6-3. Owen averaged 87 and change.
No score.
80
Stuart
average
require
for
152.
Stuart White in that one. Ooh, needed the second treble for double 16.
95. Now you require 20.
Is that too close?
Game
No, is the
double
answer.
second leg, Niall
Sometimes the way Niles sit kind of flat,
Yep.
too close is not a good thing, but
Well, you can often get
Third
a
leg Niall to
deflection rather than
Rovers.
nestle in against
Game
it.
on.
but one apiece.
Yeah, the break back.
135.
Something that we've kind of noticed all through the day, and Niles one of those that I think they're almost trying to concentrate too much in respect of each dart's measured. They're all better when they've got a little bit of
66.
freedom, just more fluency to their actions.
Yeah, you can get bogged down with just trying to be too precise, so you lose that natural element
96.
of your game or your throw.
Like that, the 135 last time out, it was thrown with so much more fluidity.
Yeah, I agree.
80.
Sometimes when you're just not 100% sure about your throw, you can.
43.
I think that's why in the opening games on a Monday, you sort of a game or two, it takes that long just to start playing with that, like you say, that element of freedom. And then you start to bring out your natural ability.
30.
But even from experience, I found it in playing Terry in the Worlds this year. I just was too focused on trying to put it in
95.
the exact point I was aiming at, and then you just, like you say, you lose all your rhythm.
Now Cullen leaves 132. Will Champagne Corks be popping in a second?
78. Now you require 132.
Maybe going, well, he's a bit of a showman, is our Niall. Any opportunity
76.
to do that, he'll go for it.
Yeah, and of course he will be back. All Stuart White can do is apply some pressure.
60.
This will be our
Now you require
first
56.
match back tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. So in these kind of situations, you want to put down
Age on the third
or make a
leg,
bit of a
Niall
statement
Cullerton.
and get one over on your opponent, and it's fresh in the mind
Fourth
then.
leg Stuart
Well,
to throw first.
Took the words right out of my
Game
mouth
on.
there, mate. It's win this one, and then as soon as you're back in there at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to get ready. Remember yesterday, pal?
Exactly.
26.
Mind you, there's certain players I wouldn't do that to. Like if I was playing Boris Kirchmar, if he told me he won, then agreed, Boris, you did.
$100.
As May said earlier, local celebrity Andy Jenkins will enter the fray.
Thursday and Friday.
King of Cosham returns.
Hopefully going to catch up with him
57.
on Wednesday. I'm going to play up the Phoenix on Wednesday. Much needed run out.
140.
Yeah, the World Seniors Masters not far away for you now, Mason.
No, the practice is starting to increase. I'm off to play in the 2 tour events in Newbury.
41.
Looking forward to that.
10th and 11th of June.
Cheers. Which I'll be using as well, it's
80.
ideal prep work for the Masters that follow closely behind that.
$81.
All of a sudden, Stuart White seems to have lost the range on everything, and Niall Cullerton is stepping in.
100.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times from Stuart today, just where he, like I say, just loses the timing and the release point is lost. He gets it back fairly quickly, has to be said. But when it does go missing,
81.
it really does go missing.
Like my radar.
41.
Cullerton left tops after 15 for a potential break.
Yeah, mid-80s in terms of the average at the moment for Niall,
90.
which ironically is his
Niall, you're
all-time
on 40.
stats here at the Super Series, mid-80s.
Game shot of the fourth leg. Niall
He leads
Cullerton.
3-1, finds tops with ease. Niall Cullerton, one away from a 2-point overnight lead in Group A.
Yeah, and we'll have the throw to serve it out here.
Fifth leg, Niall to throw first. Game on.
So here we have it. Niall Cullerton throwing for the points.
28.
But can't find the treble. Has that just opened the door? No is the answer.
42.
Stuart White can't capitalise. As Cullerton steps in.
140.
140, and it's advantage to the Irishman.
$81.
So 3-3-3.
60.
No treble, so just opens the door a little bit. But Stuart White needs a 2-treble visit here. But not fives.
54.
Cullerton starting on the 19s.
95.
Doesn't leave a finish, but just keeps chipping away. As White's flickering hopes seem to be fading here.
$70.
Would he give for a 1-3-8 to leave tops? Well, he's gone the 18s route. 72 scored.
76.
How much pressure will be on this 102? A lot is the answer. As Stuart White finds his first maximum of this match. But Cullerton is going to get a dart at tops to win it. And that is all he needs. Niall Cullerton, 102 finish to seal a 4-1 victory over Stuart White, which gives him a 2-point advantage at the top of Group B, as we hand up to the balcony with Henry and Chris.
Phil, thank you very much. Chris Mate alongside me to analyse what we've seen today. Niall Cullerton then coming out on top out of the 6 players.
Yeah, nice ending to the match. A max from Stuart and a ton plus out for Niall. And yeah, for me, he was the best player today. And 4 out of 5, I think he'd be more than happy. I think the lads at the top of the table will be happy enough. 6 points is okay. It's a good start to the campaign of Group A.
We'll have a look at the table now. As for Stuart White, first day here at the Super Series, 3 wins from 5. You feel as if now he's settled into the competition.
Yeah, and at stages he looked comfortable. I think he just suffers with a little bit sometimes with the timing of release. And he is a player, as he mentioned in that interview with you, that had dartitis, and of course that's the sort of aftermath of that. Sometimes you can just lose your timing, but when he gets it right, he's looked okay, and he would be more than happy on 6 points, I would have thought.
Neil Duff on 6 points, but we know the levels that he's capable of. He knows the levels he's capable of, and he's got levels much above what he showed today.
Yeah, I think we've seen flashes, and that was about it from him. And again, you know, like I said, you look around and you go, well, he'll be happy on 6 points. Neil Duff will not be happy on 6 points. And there was games there that he had darts to win. He'll probably feel that 4 out of 5 may have been a little bit more realistic for him, but yeah, he'll be there or thereabouts. We know that from Neil. No matter how he starts, it's all about how he ends.
But does a player like him look at a group like this and think, going into tomorrow, which we call moving day, this is a group he can take by the scruff of the neck?
Yeah, well, nobody's been outstanding in terms of stats. That was right down there, and it was mainly down to the finishing. I don't think I've seen so many missed darts at doubles, and of course that affects the overall average and what we call the performance level. Any one of those players would think, well, if I can average 90, 91, 92 throughout the day, I could pretty much dominate, and I think that's what's going to make this group exciting come tomorrow, and then obviously on Wednesday. I think it'll be right up in the air by the time we get round to Wednesday morning.
What do you think the 2 ADC European qualifiers have learned today?
I don't know. You can see there's plenty of ability there, especially Bradley. He's the fundamentals of his throws there. But yeah, I think they'll both be disappointed with how it ended up for them. But like I say, this is a marathon, not a sprint. They've got all week to qualify for Saturday night, and we've seen this before with players on debut days. Sort of looked and sort of questioned, you know, are they really up to this? And then all of a sudden they find their level. At the moment, I don't think neither of them have found their level.
You play the 6 days. It is a long haul here at the Super Series. Me and you in commentary tomorrow, isn't it?
It is, mate. Lucky for you.
Lucky for some. Well, we have got some moving day ahead of us tomorrow at the Super Series, but it's Niall who is top of the pile going into it. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.